Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Movember 11 versus Seddon Cricket Club test match, the Tashes. Joined back in the commentary box by our expert lever, the wizard.
And a very good morning to you too, Shirley.
Very good.
Good morning, listeners and viewers. It is a beautiful day here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. Seemed to be a slight comms issue between the two teams, Shuey, about the start time today.
There was indeed.
Movember here, bright and early for a 10 o'clock start. It may or may not have been communicated to Seddon Cricket Club as they all started showing up about 11:15.
Yeah, wasn't great. I guess the burning question everyone wants to know is, how was the quiz night last night?
Oh, it was a sensational night. It was, Shuey. Big shout out to the amazing team down at Good George for hosting us for the evening. They even provided a brewery tour hosted by the CEO himself.
Oh wow!
As one of the auction items. Captain Cole from Movember 11 was the expert auctioneer, and he managed to get a bit of money out of my wallet that the fiance wasn't too stoked about at that time, but it's all for a good cause, and I do believe there's about $3,000 raised last night for Movember, which is amazing.
That's brilliant.
It may come as a surprise to absolutely nobody. The Babio's team came away with a win. The man can do no wrong.
He's an extremely good-looking man, isn't he?
There's just nothing he can't do. Even looking at the people at his table, perfection just seems to follow the bloke. Yes, it was a very good night out. Good George was even lovely enough to put on a karma keg as well. For those that aren't aware, it just means that Good George donated some of their amazing product, and you pay what you kind of want for your drink. All the proceeds of that went straight to Movember, which was really good of them.
Fantastic. The Seddon team's just going through some warm-ups at the moment.
And as expected, as we spoke about in commentary yesterday, Shuey, there are some slightly tired younger bodies from yesterday. Got through quite a few yards in their marathon bowling spells.
Yeah, that was my first question, just to get some inside knowledge this morning, talking to a couple of the players. How's the body feeling? And stiff and sore were the replies I got. So it's all part of the parcel of test match cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, I do believe back in our day we didn't really have to bowl those kind of spells, so you could play a game back to back. If you're only bowling at most 10 overs throughout a day, the body can recover at that age. Whereas I think they've now learnt slightly longer spells. You can't go marathon back to back.
No, that's true.
But no, it was some slightly sheepish words from Seddon Park this morning once they showed up and saw an absolutely fizzing Movember 11 all ready to rock and roll. The Movember current batters, Reeves and the Sheriff, had their throwdowns. Our number 10 has also had throwdowns as well, Shuey. And I can say from personal experience of giving those throwdowns, Jimmy has found the middle of the bat already. The welt on my shin is good evidence of such.
Yeah, it looks pretty nasty, to be fair, doesn't it?
Don't really think I'm going to be doing any kickboxing anytime soon, Shuey.
No. So just a bit of an update on today's weather. We've had a very heavy shower come through this morning, hence the little delay to the start time, as well as Seddon not turning up on time. But we've had a couple of showers come through, already as well after that. So it may be one of those days that we get the odd shower passing through. So we're looking to play 2 2-hour sessions first up. And then we'll make a decision at lunchtime how far we go in that final session. That could be an hour and 3/4, maybe to 2 hours, but see how the weather holds out for us today.
We are also, unfortunately, without one of the humans of the day from yesterday. Andrew the Plank McLean is unavailable today. So I do believe, Shuey, there could be words exchanged with umpires today, as they may be player umpires.
Yes, that's always a bit of a contentious subject, isn't it?
I'll be honest with you, Shuey, there is a little part of me that was wishing these mics were wireless and just go put one on the umpire. Leave it out there and see what kind of chat gets thrown the umpire's way.
Indeed. Maybe that's something we can look at for future test matches. Get some players mic'd up.
Oh, well, there was a, what I could only describe as a pitch invader yesterday that rudely interrupted the opening batters in between overs. It did seem to have a negative effect on one of the batters, particularly, literally a ball later.
Yep.
But I do agree, I think having some mic'd up players out would be absolutely brilliant. Some players we may need to keep away from to make sure we are still upholding the good quality language and banter that we do hold dear.
Couldn't it? Yeah. Yep. I do recall yesterday we may have commented on Joe Jury owning that curse he has on players when he has a chat with them in the middle.
Yeah, so
Anything to add to that?
for anyone that hadn't noticed on the ACC socials, on the Instagram yesterday, G-Lane was actually nice enough to own the fact that he does have a habit of putting a curse on Movember batters. Test match last year, he had a quick chat to the opening bats before they went out to bat, and poor Rafe Fleming Bone was then removed 2 balls later. So he decided to repeat it for the third test. He had a chat to the sensational human that is Jacob Babu and myself, for me to be removed by the ball of the test match 2 balls later.
Are we still calling it that?
We're definitely calling it that. I don't think I've heard anyone not refer to it as that so far, should we?
Okay.
As you can possibly start to see, early viewers as well. Some of those darker clouds are starting to disappear. Sun is peeking through here at St. Paul's College. It may be a bit of an on again, off again day, but we are banking on a lot of cricket being played today. Do we have any insight knowledge for our viewers and listeners, Shuey, on what Captain Cole has given Movember as a plan of attack for today as well?
Well, I think it was much the same as yesterday's message, to be fair. It was bat, bat, and bat. And his expectation was we'll still be batting at the end of today's play. So it's ambitious, I think. But I think if these boys get going...
If these boys get going, and again, Jimmy's already found the middle of the bat this morning, so as long as he plays the right shots at the right times, I think we could still be batting for a wee while here. Did you have much of a look at the pitch, Shuey?
I did. So we actually learnt some stuff this morning.
Oh, sensational. Fill us in.
On pitch repair. So as you can, I don't think you can quite. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit. This is some pretty good cricket if we can zoom in on the pitch and show the viewers 100%. What we're actually talking about, right?
Yeah.
Just one moment, please, everybody. We'll go back to that one.
See, we're already at international cricketing standard of, I've got an idea, hang on, I've got to get the guy that's doing the IT to do it first. Oh, that's beautiful, Shuey.
So you can clearly see on that angle there that there's quite large footmarks in front of the stumps there. I think the man who's actually standing behind us said he's actually having trouble feeling comfortable standing at the crease. So what the ground staff actually do is they put PVA glue down first. They spray it on, which is actually an outdoor PVA glue, exterior one. You can just get it from your local Mitre 10 or Bunnings store.
Definitely Bunnings for sure.
Okay, yep, we'll go with that.
You can also, while you're at Bunnings, you can actually pick up a Movember drink bottle while you're there too.
Indeed you can. And if only we had a camera to show the one you've got sitting right next to us.
Oh, don't worry. Might make a trip out to the middle there as well. Don't worry.
Yep, nice. Sorry, what was I saying there? Oh, yeah, it's about
PVA glue.
Yep, PVA glue. Yep, Bunnings. They spray it down, then they actually put clay on top of it, give it a roll, spray more glue, put some grass clippings on top of that, give it a roll, and they let it dry, and then that's how you fill the holes. So that was very knowledgeable from the ground staff this morning, and thanks to them for sharing that knowledge with me.
And what I do like as well is that somebody has actually set up a set of the stumps to show our viewers what it looks like after facing the ball of the test match as well.
Yeah,
I believe that's what mine looked like, Shelly.
I think it did.
As we start to see some of the Seddon bowling quartet jumping out into the middle, getting through their actions. For some of the slightly older humans, it'd be possibly getting some of the rust out or lubricating the joints. And for some of the younger bowlers, just trying to get into that rhythm early on as well. Here's the rest of the Seddon Cricket Club. They look like they attempt to practice catching. Now, we have also had a comment from Nathan asking if we had any spare PVA so we could actually get a few stick-on mows as well.
I do recall, I think it was in reference to Mr. Williams.
I do believe that he has been struggling, yes.
Yeah.
We do unfortunately not have Matt Butcher in the Movember 11 this year, but he is in the same boat.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't believe he's stopped growing his mow. I don't actually think I've seen anything yet either.
We'll still see if we can get Finn to come and have an interview with us and talk about that mow and the growth and the experience he's had over the last 20 odd years.
Most definitely. Asking what changes he's had in the skincare routine to try to stimulate growth. But again, team, it is a beautiful day out in Kirikiriroa currently.
At the moment.
Currently, yep, currently.
To be fair, I was half expecting to see some fog coming over the Kaimais this morning.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you left the fog back home, Shui.
Don't get fog at the sea level, mate.
No.
Over by the coast.
I mean, I did try to grab it last time I was going through the Kaimais. I missed.
Oh wow! Well, I see what you did there. That's quite good.
Yes, I do have a fur baby at home, so I do feel the need that I do need to throw in a dad joke occasionally.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
There's a little bit of a change in our comms box from last year, though, isn't it, Shuey? Last year we did have the services of the other Brown, who was referred to affectionately as the Brown Pup, as indeed. You are yourself the big brown dog.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, we do not have Carter with us this year. He did a sensational job last year.
He did a great job, actually, for a young snapper. To
young
get in there
snapper, even.
To get in there and...
what does that make? He's a snapper. What did that make you?
Not sure, actually.
Manatee.
Okay.
Still a sea-bearing animal, isn't it?
Yeah, but unfortunately he's had to go to school this week. That was the request got declined by his mother, so yeah.
Jeez, it's been a long time since we've had to do that, isn't it? Had to try to get an excuse to get out of school.
Yeah.
Jeez.
A few years, mate.
Very long time. However, there is a bloke behind you that did need an excuse to get out of school.
No, he did too.
The current director of sports at Hillcrest High School.
With the most original nickname there is.
Yeah.
BK.
To be fair, I think that might actually sum up BK quite well. Just short, concise, beautiful. No nonsense. And it looks like the Movember 11 batters are ready.
Got a few more comments in the live chat there, guys. Colours of Creation. Great to see the rain has stopped and the match is starting. Yes, we are planning to start 11, and hopefully that rain does stay away.
And as suspected earlier, Shuey, we do for today, as the great man Plank is unavailable, we do have a couple of player umpires going out there. I'll be honest with you, Shuey, I don't envy them.
No, it's not a great job, is it?
No, it is not. There is a few Seddon Cricket Club blokes out there that do love a bit of banter as well, so I would not be surprised if there is a little bit of chirp at the umpires get whilst out there today. as Regan and the Sheriff stride out to day 2 of the Tashes.
Just good morning, Mr. Espitellier as well, on the chat there.
Could we get a close-up of Cole at the moment? Because that is just the picture
We want to zoom in.
of Movember cricket, that is. I don't think anything could really personify the Movember group as much as how that man is currently. Dictating to the groundsman what he needs doing.
He's definitely a great man. Oh, we've got some developing
Oh,
the ground staff.
breaking news.
Oh dear.
The groundsmen have been informed that there is some not so nice looking weather on the way. And there is some running and trotting towards the Hessian,
Yeah, you may see them
as well as the covers come out.
If we just take off these cards, we'll be able to see them on the.
So very fortunate to see Luke Wright make an appearance. Luke was actually requested to do an interview this morning, but politely, very, very politely declined, saying he wanted to use his AIM material for later. I don't know about you, Shu, but I don't actually have any AIM material, so I just went straight at it.
I think you used some of his AIM material, did you not, yesterday?
I kind of did, slightly. I did let him go.
You may be able to hear coming through the effects mic the planning that's going on to get these covers onto the pitch.
And as you can see, Movember bringing a bit of class to bringing the covers out, with Captain Cole and BK pulling the covers out with the blazers on. So we do have a delay in play, unfortunately, viewers. But we do get to see Jacob Babu in action.
Oh, the man himself.
And as we can see, there is a bit of precipitation falling.
There is.
There's a
Not
very
good,
big word.
Unfortunately. Just looking out to our left, which is where the weather's coming from, it does not look very good.
The pessimist in me would have to agree, but the optimist would like to think that cloud is going to continue going around the outside of the tree, so we're not going to get hit as hard. It is travelling from the school end down the Davies Road end.
I'm just going to get some marks out of the rain. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, so, unfortunately, you're not going to get to see the great man Shuey getting his microphone out of the rain, which may or may not have come as a slight afterthought, being slightly distracted by the wizard in the commentary box. But yes, unfortunately, it does look quite heavy out there, viewers. So, fortunately, we're under the belief that the groundsmen have some form of human working for them in the direction that the weather is coming from, because they do seem to be able to get out there and know what is happening a couple of minutes before it actually does happen. So I'm assuming they've got somebody on the blower letting them know there's a bit of rain coming, just chuck the Hessian on, or there's a lot of rain coming, get the covers on. And that is coming down quite heavy now. There is people scattering everywhere.
Yeah, that's a bit of a sorry sight, isn't it?
I don't think I've seen things scaring that bad since my uni days. Ben Strang, ever the gentleman, still out there in the pouring down rain with the groundsman though. Yes, Ben Strang seems to just be living on a different planet currently. Everybody's rushing around, the bloke's just walking. I do believe he is from the Wellington region though, so this just must be a normal day for him.
You're exactly right, yes.
Yeah. I'm not actually sure why he's got the vest on, it's probably hot.
Oh dear.
Well, it was not the start that we were hoping for, Shuey. The pessimist in me is thinking though, with the Movember showing up at 10 o'clock, we probably could have started at 10 and got some cricket in already.
We would have been rained off twice, to be fair.
Yeah, we may have had a stoppage, but we would have been out there and some overs would have been bowled.
Is it? Just had some reliable information passed to us in the comm box, showing the rain radar is showing no rain at all, which is not great because it's bucketing down right now. Oh, sorry, after 1 o'clock. I missed that part. So we could be on a bit of a holding pattern for the next couple of hours.
It may be an opportunity, depending on if we can get any form of slight break in that weather, for us to get some players and or managers across to the comms box.
That is a great idea.
Do some interviews, get to know some of the team members. Only downside, Shuey, is that if we were to try and get the man, the myth, the legend that is Jacob Abbott across here, I think the rain would actually actively avoid him just to spoil, ruin his
As he was
hair.
walking over,
Yeah.
the rain would probably fall around him rather than on him, are you saying?
Very, very similar to I believe it's the second Thor movie, where it's absolutely bucking down with rain, apart from on Thor and Natalie Portman.
Was that done on purpose or was that a fail?
That was right.
That was right. Okay. Sweet. No, the rain, was it supposed to not hit them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't recall that detail in that movie.
Oh, mate, yeah. As anyone who was at the quiz last night will know, there are
was that
some
a question, was it?
absolutely useless facts that will come out of the wizard.
Do you have any other more that you want to share with us now? Or you
Oh,
want to
there's some that may not be the right content that we're after
okay.
for Movember. I do know where the gesture of the middle finger. I do actually know where that came from.
Right.
So, back when England was fighting with everybody in a slightly more medieval time, as opposed to just the now times, the English would use longbows when they were fighting the French. And when they were using a long bow, they had to use their middle finger and thumb to pull back the string. So, you would also be plucking the string. So, if the French were ever successful in capturing an Englishman that had a long bow, they'd cut off his middle finger.
Right, that makes sense.
So, it started as pluck you, because they couldn't pluck the string anymore.
Yeah, right.
And then it evolved, and that's what we have now.
That's a great story there. That's great facts.
Fun facts with the wizard. Yeah, unfortunately this does look pretty set in, which is not ideal. But as said, hopefully it looks like we've got a few Seddon players that have already headed to the higher level of the pavilion, possibly to grab out some cards, I imagine. Yes, just having a bit more of a detailed view at the weather, and it's not looking too flash until early or mid-afternoon later today. Oh, I thought you meant. Back up. Good. So we do have a reprieve from the rain, listeners. As you can see, slowly coming out onto the field now in the buggy are the St. Paul groundsmen. And I would imagine shortly we're probably going to be seeing a couple cricketers chasing them out there, just to make sure that the covers get off as quick as possible, get as much cricket in as we can. It has been pointed out to us as well as there may be a bit of cloud overhead currently over the pitch, but there is a lot of blue sky around the place. I can only imagine, Shuey, that the biggest thing that's actually going to stop the covers getting off quicker is the card game that Dan Fenwick is running upstairs.
That might be true there, Wizard. He does like a card game.
I don't believe that money is exchanging hands up there, though, so they are playing well within the rules, which is good. Just making sure everyone's having some good, clean fun. Filling in a little bit of time in the rain break. I can only assume that Brad, the Sheriff Clark, is sitting in the changing room, head down in a deep slumber, ready for whatever comes at him.
Is that because you had a big night last night, or?
Not at all. The Sheriff was very good last night. He even almost tempted the Wizard into not purchasing the auction item that he ended up purchasing, which I feel the fiancé may have backed his decision. I did actually win something in the raffle as well, Shuey.
Oh.
So I thought it would be good, donate a little bit more, buy a couple of raffle tickets. Some sensational prizes that were on offer. Wasn't looking likely to win anything. Then the last item came up, a beautiful new handheld Philips shaver. And for those that aren't aware, the Wizard is called the Wizard because the Wizard usually has a long beard. So in terms of physical win for me, not overly fantastic, but the idea was raised pretty much instantly that I may as well just raffle that off myself, and then that's some more money that can go towards Movember / cover what I spent on my auction item. So that'll be going up at some point in the next few days. See, this only reinforces my point that there's nothing that Brad Clark cannot do. He's heard us saying that he was in a slumber, he's awoken, and he's almost all ready to walk onto the pitch. The man lives and breathes sport. Absolute legend of the Hawke's Bay area. And as mentioned yesterday as well, I believe that's just pure happiness in the bottle there the Sheriff is drinking out of. Focus all of that pure happiness just into absolute carnage at the batting crease.
Indeed. Sorry folks, I was just having a protein bar. As people who have had them before must, they are quite chewy. So I didn't want to chew in front of everyone's ear, so I actually muted myself.
So just a little bit chewy. Yes, viewers, I was very happy with that one.
I feel like we need to get some interviews going.
I think that'd be a sensational idea.
Absolutely con someone into going and doing one.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Here's a good starting point.
We've had a volunteer
Babu or William.
from the comms box to go retrieve a player from the changing room. Hopefully we'll get one of the more lively characters out of either Seddon or Movember to come over and have a chat. Bit of a chalk and cheese approach to the covers that we've just seen of many people helping to put the covers on, and absolutely nobody coming back out to help them take them off. So it's excellent work here by the St. Paul's ground crew. Done a fantastic job for us already over day one and what should be the start of day two very shortly. We've been very well looked after at this venue.
We have indeed. It's a great facility.
Sensational changing room, sensational food. It's a very beautiful ground to look at, especially for a school ground.
Of course, the Movember 11 will be back here on the 13th of December. Yep.
And who are they playing on the 13th of December there, Shui?
Yeah, we were originally going to do a triangular series versus the police and the Defence Force. But unfortunately, one of the sides has pulled out.
Oh.
Well, could not field a team is probably more to the point.
And I feel it was a slightly decent excuse of we're competing in Australia. I feel it's a fairly decent excuse.
Yeah. Oh, was that the reason? Oh, I did not know that.
Would be an interesting call for one of Movember's favourite sons as well. If we did have a game against the New Zealand Police, who would the sheriff play for?
That's a good question. Be a decision to make, wouldn't it?
He does absolutely love his job, does the sheriff. I feel he likes being the sheriff. So if he's in a team full of sheriffs, he can't be the sheriff, can he?
No, there's only one sheriff, isn't there?
Yeah. Town's only big enough for one of them.
Yep.
And I'll be totally honest, viewers, I'm not sure why we don't have players charging out to not only help remove the hissing and the covers, but I don't really seem to have too many people charging out to want to be out there, surely.
No, I would expect around that cricket block wicket there, mate, to be pretty wet.
Moist.
Yeah.
Pretty moist.
We might just have a bit of a sneaky look, see if we can see any water there. Looks pretty good to me.
We are seeing what you can see, viewers, currently, and I don't know about you, Shui, but all I could tell you is that is a cricket pitch.
Yep, indeed.
Currently doesn't have any stumps in it, so not the greatest cricket pitch I've seen in my life, if I'm honest. Once those go back out, we definitely will have a operational cricket pitch, but as you said, it may look like there's a little bit of...
Oh, there is. Look at the sun coming off.
I'm not sure if there's a bit of a puddle out the back there, if those might be standards from the pitch. They are indeed the standards.
Yeah, no.
Jeez, I got you excited a bit too much. Oh. And our volunteer has sent through and has come through in a big way to bring a couple of interviewees. I don't know about you, Shu, but I'm excited.
Oh, I'm quite happy. I'm very excited watching them walk over.
Nothing makes me happier than seeing Barry with a smile on his face, but the fact that him and Williams have come across for a chat. The boys. Sensational stuff. So the boys have come across for a chat. I'll leave it up to my co-host Shui to decide / designate who will be interviewed / have a chat with first.
Yep, no worries. If you want to pass your mic to these fine gentlemen over here. And I suppose we can ask a couple of questions, can't we? How you going, fellas? How are you liking the test match so far? Maybe start with you, Babu.
Yeah, good. I guess it doesn't help getting out and watching proceedings for the rest of the day, but other than that, it's been good. We're in a good position, I think. So.
Yeah, I've got a pretty good question for you, Finn, but we'll save that. What's your take on the Test match so far as
it's
well?
been good. Unfortunately, a little bit of rain yesterday morning, and then 3 balls into the game, I've fielded the ball and slipped over. So great start to the Test match we've had there, but it's going well.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the first Test match we played, it was worse conditions than this, and it was pretty much like playing on mud.
We got on at 5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m. on the first day, and pretty much you fall over and you were just soaked. Yeah, or try and stop the ball. That happened to me quite a few times as well. We do have a pretty important question here from Nathan Kane. I guess you're familiar with him, Mr. Williams.
That would be my boss.
Oh, nice. Yeah. He's asked if you need some PVA glue to stick on a mow, because he said you've been growing it for 21 years.
Yeah, 21 years of growth. It's starting to come through a little bit. I don't know if you can see it now, but got a little bit coming through. But
There's a bit of light coming off.
yeah, a bit of light.
A little bit of light.
It's just very blonde. It's thick, but it's just very blonde, so
Yeah.
it blends in with the skin.
Yeah.
Nah, unfortunately, I'll just blame that one on my dad. Can't grow a mole in the family to save ourselves. So, but luckily I've still got hair left on my head. So
Yeah.
we'll start with that. We'll keep with that. So.
Hey mate, just young mate, it does go.
Yeah,
experience.
it's already started going. That's why I wear the hat everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, no, very good. We have got some commentary questions as well. We'll just bring some of those up, eh?
I did actually have a bit of a question for Babu. Now, Babu, obviously we have given you a lot of great plaudits from the commentary box about just being the perfect human. But word on the street is you did quite well at the quiz night last night.
Well, yeah, can't complain. Took the money home, so yeah, the team were happy.
There's nothing this man can't do, too. And
Who was your team? Who was in your team there, Babu? Maybe give us a bit of a
We've got
description.
a quiz team that goes occasionally. We've got a quiz team that goes occasionally to the pub for a quiz.
So
Yeah,
you-
once.
you rigged it
once,
as well, so-
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. So it's just those guys. A couple of family members forced to come in. So
Nice.
I'm glad we got something out of it.
and a couple of friends as well, wasn't it, Babu? Couple of good friends, apparently. Mm.
Yeah.
Careful, you might get him in trouble here. He's got a couple of good friends.
I would imagine he's only got 1 or 2 good friends, surely.
It was a good night. Can't complain.
Very good.
Oh, righto. So, she was just telling me to ask you a couple of questions. Like, shit, okay. But it's actually giving me the questions to ask. So, actually, no, we'll start with you, Finn. We'll go back and forth a little bit. So, Finn, mate, we did send a questionnaire out. I'm not sure if it did go to Seddon.
Yeah, it has a couple of...
Okay, so it did get through to Seddon as well. Couple of nicknames that you've either been given or ideally not given to yourself, because
Yeah.
that gets to slightly sad territory, but any nicknames that have come across for you?
Just before you start, your first initial of your first name and your first initial of your last name is not a great nickname.
No.
Like BK, for example.
No, I've had a few ones. The first one that I really started playing Prem cricket is Stifler. So that's because a couple of people in the team reckon my mother's quite attractive. So that one stuck for a while. So that was a good one. It was a good one. So I started off my career strong there. And then I've really legs is the only other one I've got. Just being a lanky bastard. So. But yeah, Stifler's the main one that I've got.
Yeah,
So.
I don't think you can go past that, mate.
No, it's a pretty good one, eh?
Yeah, you've got to win. When you start off that strong, you're almost not really needing to continue to try adapt for that.
Yeah. I think you just take what you're given, eh? And you
Yeah.
just go on about your day.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the bloke that's sitting beside you, not only is he a sensational human, the idea, I don't know why it didn't happen straight away. It's called Fabio, the sensational looking bloke on a lot of romance novels. Fortunately, the wizard got a hold of that. And with the surname of Babu, surely he's going to be Babio. Oh, just how Babio came about. Now, obviously, Babio has grown in leaps and bounds, but is there any others that we haven't pulled up for you yet?
No,
perhaps?
not really. Normally it's just short forms of the name. The boys are pretty lazy. Yeah. Creativity is a bit low, so it's either Jake or Babs. So yeah, I think
Does
your
the
one's
job.
getting a few legs, unfortunately.
It's always the ones that no one wants that start sticking as well, which is always good. What else you got for me there? Well, now I do know that you are a proud member of the Waipuna Valley Cricket Club as well.
Yeah.
What other where did the cricket journey start for you?
Played pretty young, I think. As an Indian, you don't have any choice, but you play.
Son of an Englishman, mate. Same deal.
Yeah, same
Yep.
deal, right? So, cricket from primary school all the way through. Grew up in Te Kaupira, so played local there at the school and club there. Played a little bit of cricket in between with Waikato Valley and things like that. So,
Nice.
been a few years of playing.
And I do believe the Wizard made his debut against Waipuna, and I believe he played that game as well, where we did have one young Christian Clark show up just before he started playing for Northern Districts, and he decided to. I think he almost just made it a personal mission to try lose the ball,
Yes.
hitting about 93 off 27 rocks.
Wow. Apparently feeling under the weather too.
Yeah, I believe he had a cold. Or actually probably a stomach bug
I think
because
it's
he had to
stomach
make
bug,
a few
yeah.
trips off the field that day. And for you, Finney, what pays the bills for you?
What pays the
Keep
bills?
it at PG as well, please. I don't need OnlyFans subscription lines.
Yeah, nah, unfortunately my feet aren't that attractive, so I can't get on there. Nah, day job's a mechanic, so just a grease monkey really,
Cool,
just getting
cool.
down and dirty.
Nice.
But good with the hands, you know, so keeps us busy in the afternoons. So.
And in the mornings. Well, so as a bit of a grease monkey, without starting to go down the rabbit hole of car enthusiasm, if you won Lotto tonight, what's the first car that's going to go into the garage?
Unfortunately, I've already got one, but either a Ford Escort or a Porsche.
Ooh.
So
Slightly different ends of the scale there.
yeah,
in
it's
terms
different
of
ends of the scale.
rarity.
Yeah.
Which one have you already got?
Yeah, unfortunately I don't already have a Porsche. I wish I did, but nah, I've already got the Escort that me and my father built up, so that's all sitting at home in the garage. So
Nice family. Was it meant to be the family project, or did Dad just have it in the garage and you decided to
nah,
start tinkering?
we went out and brought it when I was about 15, 16. So Dad brought it for $6,500, and then by the time I could drive, he decided to sell it to me for $11,500. So I feel like there might have been a bit of a price increase between them.
So he's taught you capitalism from a young
Yeah,
age.
pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah.
Good. Oh, alrighty. What one have we got up next for us? Shuey. Okay, next one. Oh, and your cricketing history, so you did mention that you did fortunately get probably an unbeatable nickname for the rest of your life, starting to play your club cricket. But where did that start for you as well, your club cricket?
So my club cricket started in Malku, so Patamahai, and then during my senior levels it's kind of been bouncing around a bit, but really found a home at Waiuku, which is really where things started kicking off. Nicknames and all that kind of garbage. So. Yeah, been there for 3-4 years now. So
Nice. And with it being up in, I'd imagine there'd be like Counties Manukau
Yep.
competition. How do Waiuku and yourself usually perform in that comp?
depends on the time of the day, really. So in the mornings we're pretty useless, but we get there sometimes. Middle of the pack, you know, settling down.
Oh,
So-
good. And Babu, now we've already spoken about this many times, and unfortunately viewers cannot see that he's also popped his collar as well, just to add to the swagger. So yourself, Babu, what pays the bills in the Babu household?
So I'm operations manager at a milk testing lab called Milk Test New Zealand, owned by Fonterra and Tatua, so in the dairy industry, based in Hamilton.
I don't see too many farmers driving around in a Range Rover. I don't know about you, Shelley, but can I safely assume that's not the vehicle you take to and from work?
It was the upgrade about 15 years coming, so I had to get a new car because I had a company car before that, And my last car that I bought, I think I was telling you the other day, was 1995 Honda Civic. Reliable. Japanese car of the year, 1995. And I bought it off Trade Me Off a guy. When I went to pick it up, he was a few bottles deep. He gave me a free bag of whitebait as well.
Jeez, you've got to love a New Zealand trade me deal.
Yeah. So yeah, when I came to buy this car, that same amount of money wasn't cutting it for what was 15 years ago. So I'm going all in. Yeah.
God, love that though, mate. And obviously we're still tailing in the first innings. We've got Regan and the Sheriff in, looking quite set last night. How do we think? I'm not sure why you touched wood. They're fine. We don't believe in commentators cursing this comms box. It's only when G Lane's around. How do you reckon you're going to approach starter today? So we've heard from Shuey that Cole has kept the same batting plan of bat. How do you reckon these two are going to approach starter day 2?
I think Sheriff in particular is quite an aggressive man in general. I think it wouldn't serve him well to try and contain the beast. So I think he's better to play his natural game, bat for as long as we can. But yeah, play his natural game, play some shots. If we can get near 180, I think we'd be pretty happy with the position.
Now, what no one else can see apart from Shuey and myself is some of the answers that have come through from the questionnaire. And I don't believe on the Sheriffs, one of the nicknames, I don't think any of them was the Beast. I feel that may kick
Could be
off as
coming.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
The Sheriff does go down well, everyone.
Yeah.
But, geez, can't contain the Beast. I think that's going to be beautiful. And Finny, mate, without obviously giving away any secrets, because obviously, there's 3 Movember members sitting around you. But what's Captain Fenwick giving you guys as the approach for the start of day 2?
Captain Fenwick hasn't really given much of a pep talk so far this test match. So
Did someone unfortunately leave some cards in the changing rooms?
yeah, so unfortunately they are currently playing card games upstairs. But I think the plan is just to go out there and take 2 wickets as fast as we can and then just have a nap for the rest of the day. So that's the start of the plan.
You've got to love a bowling captain, don't you? Just wants to get the wickets out so he can go sit down. No, love that. And as we can see over your shoulder there, boys, we do have Captain Fenwick and Ben Strang, who, for some reason, while it was absolutely pelting down, walking, moving at an even slower speed now. I'm not sure he's part lizard, that
Do you
boy.
reckon they're trying to look good for the camera?
There is a good chance they are, because that hand movement through the hair from Strang was on point. Fenwick's just tried to replicate and realised doesn't have as much hair. But yeah, it looks like we've got some of the seniors heading out there. You, from a bowling perspective there, Finny, yes, a slower bowler. We're not going to say a slow bowler, slower bowler. Seemed to be coming out all right yesterday.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. Definitely the pitch helps a lot. That pitch is going to break up very fast, and I think in the next couple of days, the more we bat on it, the worse it's going to get to bat on. Which, from a bowling point of view, is I love it. So, but, yeah, so I'm excited to see what happens in the second innings, but felt good coming out of the hand yesterday. So,
It's got a question from me there, Finny, as well. So, how would you describe your bowling? You said you wouldn't describe him as a slower bowler, but how would you describe your bowling and the technique that you use?
lazy.
Lazy?
Just stock standard, nothing to it.
Yeah.
Nothing fancy, just roll the arm over, get it down there and see what happens.
Do you model yourself in any current players, possibly?
Nah, not really any current players. Watched a little bit of Mitchell Santner when I was younger, just being the same kind of build, real lanky off spinner.
That's where I was going with that. Do you like that? How that led that to that answer?
I don't know, because I could see where you're going with that, but I feel it's almost, apart from the height, in terms of approach to the crease, it was looking quite Neil Wagnerish yesterday.
Yeah, I
Speed coming down.
have been known to bowl quite the quick of an arm ball, so I have been known to be the pace spin bowler in the club. So
That's why we don't call them slow bowlers, sure. It's like,
Yeah, I get it.
still rips down.
Just one more thought on that too. We did make a comment yesterday quite a few times how fast you're getting through your overs. Is that a tactic or is it a ploy to
nah,
upset the
it's kind of
batsman,
just a
or-
natural thing that if I'm bowling dots, I normally just get back to the crease and just bowl another one. Just
Yep.
The more dots I bowl, the more pressure I put on the batsman, I suppose. So
It does look like we're possibly going to get some play out there, but I do have a question for Babu because it has been already quoted by many people from yesterday that the ball of the test match has already been bowled early yesterday. You had a front row seat to that delivery of the test match it's already been labelled. How did you view it? Would you put that leave in the good or bad leave category due to the amount of movement that ball received off the seam?
Yeah, I think we're talking about two different balls. I thought we were talking about my LBW. It was a perler. Yeah. Interesting. I think first few overs of a test match, you should probably expect that to go over the top of the stumps. So a little bit unlucky.
Don't defend the guy.
Yeah, sorry. We've got to bat again. So yeah.
100%. I would totally defend that better too.
But I think what we've
Finn's trying to say it was a straight one. He was down the third man. He'd know.
we're forgetting is that G-Lane cursed you during the over break. He'd put the curse on you.
I
he'd
do
jinxed us.
believe he did put a bit of a
Yeah,
G-Lane
so I
did put
think
another curse on the Movember openers. That's 2 test matches in a row. He's done an interview with the openers
So there's something
to have a wicket fall 2 balls later.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, yours did seem to be a bit of a tough delivery as well. It seemed to keep it a little bit lower.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go with that. Or I missed the straight one, but
We don't do that at Movember. We don't miss the straight ones. Doesn't sound like us at all.
Just got another question for you there, Stifler. Nathan's asked again, how is the shoulder going?
yeah, shoulder's going great. Unfortunately, my mate decided he would crash into a parked car a couple of weeks ago. So
Were you in the car with him?
yeah,
or-
so my parents happened to be walking down the sidewalk, and I was halfway out the window, and I assume he's just got a little bit distracted by my mother's beauty, you know, and hit a parked car. So had a little bit of a shoulder mishap, but
Oh dear.
seems to be going alright. It's quite sore, bit stiff, but
Is it like a proper serious injury, or do you just
nah,
strain
not
some
according
muscles,
to
or-
the doctors. I'm
that
just
alright?
milking it out a little bit now. So
Yeah, okay. did you have some time off work?
yeah, just a little bit.
Nice.
Don't tell the boss.
Yeah,
that,
no,
though.
he's not listening, don't worry about it. Yeah, he's obviously not doing a lot of work because he's keeps
No, he's
commentating
obviously
on
not.
it.
Might have to ring his boss.
Good. Well, to be fair, gents, it does look like the Seddon boys are slowly starting to make their way out. So I'd hate for you, Finney, to miss another stirring team talk from
Yeah.
Captain Fenwick. But we do very much so appreciate your time, both of you. We do love to get more content through for the stream, so we do appreciate it. We will possibly be actually talking to you for a bit longer, possibly, because it looks like there's some rain that's just decided to come through.
Is that the commentator's curse again, mate?
I believe that's G Lane's area. We don't do commentary curses in here, but it does look like the others are starting to head back into the sheds again. But we do appreciate your time, boys, and I think you're about to be volunteered to go help with the covers.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for your time.
thank you.
Have fun with the covers in the wind.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, listeners, it does look like we've got a contingent of humans heading towards us to come pick up the Hessian and the covers. I don't know about you, Shui, but I feel like that was a long time those covers were off without anyone getting onto the pitch. But
Well,
we haven't got that inside line of what the outfield is like,
as you can
unfortunately.
see, everyone's in a rush to get the covers, aren't they?
Good to see Stifler and Babio
That was-
actually happy to go
that
put
was
the
a- that
covers
was a
back
great
out.
track, I must say. It was great insight.
It was fantastic. I think it's actually great from the young bloke to just wear that and own it.
Yeah, you got to embrace that,
Yeah,
right?
too many of the younger generation would get disappointed with that. Unfortunately, content watchers, it looks like the man, the myth, the legend that is Luke Wright is coming across. He might be wanting to have a chat.
I think I'll let you run this one there, Wizard.
Alrighty, we do have Luke Wright joining us, team. Kia ora, Luke, how are we?
Morena, fellas. How we going?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Luke, I would be very much so a happier wizard if we didn't have the Hessian and the covers constantly moving today.
Yeah, well, you don't get this in the Hawke's Bay. I'm definitely learning this for the first time that the weather is changing in Hamilton every 15 minutes. So,
Oh, it's not only that, mate, it's most of our politicians change every 5 minutes too.
yeah, a little bit nervous to say if that's good or bad at this point. What I would say, though, is that it really does feel like moving day already on day 2. Can the batters stick it out for the first 30 minutes and drag out the Seddon pink bellies? Or will Seddon strike twice early?
Well, we did have a bit of a chat with Stifler and Babu just now as well. And Babu's actually come up with another brilliant name for the Sheriff as well, because he believes that the Sheriff isn't much of a containment man. He believes that he is currently containing the Beast, and that the Beast might be coming out pretty quick from the Sheriff this morning. What do you reckon?
Well, I tell you what, I had the pleasure of rooming with the Sheriff last night, and I can tell you now
Keep it PG, please.
he was a great big teddy bear. So the Beast may come out, but we might need a full moon. I'm not too sure, but I can tell you now he was a big teddy bear last night.
He does seem the caring type, doesn't he? Let's say working within the security industry, you would think that he does keep a hard line, but surely there's got to be a soft side to a bloke like that.
Yeah, I don't want to confirm or deny, but I'd imagine I'd say that he was relatively cuddly. What I would say though is that with the rain coming down with the showers this morning, we're probably seeing more runs from the pavilion to the covers than you and I put together, unfortunately. Any thoughts on that, Dom?
Well, to be fair, that was one of the reasons we did need to get Babio out here, because he had a front row seat to what has been labelled by everybody as the ball of the test match, which induced a false leave early on in the day. But I would have to agree with you there, Marmite. There's been a lot of movement between the two. I don't think I would have actually run that far in my cricketing career as much as what those covers have come on and off.
I'm actually really looking forward to being able to contribute with the ball today. I think with all the covers on and off and the showers today, we're probably seeing the pitch get a little bit freshened up. And to quote one of my best coaches I've ever had, Brendan Bracewell, nice little name drop there, I'm really looking forward to digging a hole on that 5 metre leg today.
And if I do recall correctly as well, Vindaluke, in the pitch inspection earlier this morning, you were talking to one of your fellow Ocean Beach club members saying that you were willing to risk your spine for the Movember 11 to get even more of a hole in the pitch out there.
Yeah, I think there's a bit like my batting, maybe more enthusiasm than output. But no, really looking forward to getting the ball to sing. Please do not tell my wife, but I do intend to swing it both ways today. So, no, again, lots of enthusiasm. I haven't touched a red ball for maybe 7 or 8 years. And actually, funny story, that 7 or 8 years was at Galloway Park, or what we like to refer to in Hawke's Bay as the grind of Galloway, where Elliot Santner put us to the sword for about 12 hours in the field. So if you're listening, Elliot, well done. I haven't forgotten you. But yeah, so welcome back to Hamilton, and really looking forward to contributing.
You mentioned your enthusiasm. It was very clear from the comms box yesterday as well, and it had been mentioned that it felt like you were channeling your inner mana slubskakni with your calling out there. What brought that on?
Oh, it's like anything. I like to I suppose, imprint my presence on the fixture, show real intent, try and show maybe a little bit of intimidation, presence, and sort of start dominating the opposition. If I can do it verbally, if my talent won't support it, then I will.
Geez, these questions are actually working well, rolling into each other, because you've now just mentioned looking at dominating the opposition. I did hear from your batting partner yesterday that there was almost an attempt at dominating his batting partner in terms of playing a beautiful cut shot, and instead of waiting for anyone else to tell you it was a good shot, you decided to tell everyone there was a good shot.
I think the thing is too about cricket is that if you could be a duck on water, right? You can look calm on the surface with your webbing and your feet paddling away without any idea of where you're going or what you're doing. So if I can exude confidence by telling everyone on the field that I think that was a great shot that I just played, I think it does sort of maybe create doubt in their minds that this is one we've got to watch.
To be fair, I think the last time I saw a bloke do that, it was one Daryl Mitchell over in India after he smacked a ball about 30 rows back and said, "Wow, that's big."
Well, it's not often I get compared to Daryl Mitchell, but I'll take that, thanks, Dom.
I feel like it's almost a like-for-like comparison in terms of cricketing ability and what you bring to Movember as to what he brings towards the Black Caps.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's just about that level of intent and confidence, and I think cricket, sometimes you can make things happen and sometimes things can just happen for you with a bit of luck. So I'm definitely of the view that you can really try and make things happen, and one thing you can control is effort. And if that's telling everyone on the field how good my cut shot was, or telling everyone for a 2-hour rain delay how I intend to take 5 fur and dig a hole on the 5 metre length, I'm your man.
Now, we did send, Shui was wonderful enough to send out a questionnaire before our test match started, and you were one of the humans who did fill it out as well, which is lovely of you.
May not be a surprise, I like to talk about myself.
I do notice though that we've only actually got one nickname for you in there. We've got Marmite. Was that a self-prescribed name, or?
Well, it's a little bit like what we've just been talking about. If you're exerting confidence and you're telling everyone how good your cut shot is, sometimes that can be perceived as arrogance, or especially when you're walking away at 3 or 14. But the theory is with the Marmite nickname is that a lot of New Zealanders love Marmite. The spread itself.
We did have Marmageddon, so I do see where you're going.
Yeah, I'm one of those individuals. But I tell you what, there is a large proportion of New Zealanders that don't. And I think the theory behind the nickname is that I like Marmite. Depending on your experiences with me are, really, really positive. But there is a significant amount that feel the alternative way as well, that, maybe they don't, I haven't left the best impression.
I do believe at the quiz night last night, some of Babio's contingent at his table were very surprised that he'd only known you a few hours, as you were basically acting as besties out there.
Well, I think the thing is too is that I'm never backwards coming forwards, and I was asked to be a spotter for the auction. Just a quick shout out to Craig Bullock. Congratulations, wonderful fundraising event. And thank you, Colin Shaw, for your donations and all the other sponsors.
And taking my money.
No problem, thank you. And being a spotter, I did, as we all know, for the viewers, Jacob Babu has reduced his BMI and body fat percentage by some considerable margin, and has impressed everybody with his dress code and his appearance this week. So I positioned myself with Babu's team, and told them that I was spotting beautiful people as I lay my hands on Babu's shoulders. So I think that was relatively well received by Babu's team. I think they were called the Quizzy Rascals.
Not a bad name, that's a good shout. And we've got your home club is it Taradale, or do I roll that R? Taradale.
Yeah, you're welcome to roll the R, but it's Taradale Cricket Club. In Hawke's Bay. Been there since I started playing cricket. home of Martin Crowe when he had a stint in Hawke's Bay. Some current
one Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, Ajaz Patel has come when he's moved to the region, has called it home. Some other cricketers involved, Doug Bracewell, a man in the media at the moment, but I just want to pass on my support to Doug. He's a lovely bloke, lovely family, real community man, so I'm sure we'll see him on the cricket field shortly.
But I actually feel like you've left the biggest name off that list so far as well there, Vinda. I see there is a Colin Shaw that comes from the Taradale Club too.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what's what I'm looking for. That's someone that people might not know about.
Under the radar hero, one could say.
Yeah, well, Colin is an absolute stalwart of the Central Hawke's Bay Cricket Club. Home at Onga Domain, lovely place to play cricket. Furlong Cup fixtures are played there over 2 days. Home to the Shaw family, his son Angus Shaw playing first class cricket for the first time this year, coming off the back of 100 in his debut last year. Cousin Robbie Shaw played for New Zealand A, coming out of Onga as well, leg spinner. Spent some time with Shane Warne's coach in Australia. So there's some really, really good stock coming out of the Onga Cricket Club. But Colin Shaw is a young fella, really came to the city of the township of Taradale and played a season there, and I think he would absolutely despise me mentioning that. So we might just keep that
I
on
think
from
we've
the
just
skipper.
found our fine league for the next few days.
Yeah, it's an incredibly controversial discussion topic, but one that I'm more than happy to discuss.
And you have put down for how you pay your bills that you are the friendly neighbourhood banker as well. How long have you been banking?
I've been banking for maybe since back in New Zealand, maybe 8 or 9 years. I'm currently at BNZ, where we find a way. We're the People's Bank, so I'm out there in the community supporting businesses. It can be a relatively challenging economic climate at the moment for New Zealand households. So the BNZ's there for New Zealanders, everyday New Zealanders, and I'm really proud to associate myself with the BNZ.
Nice, man. That's good work. I do believe before you did get into banking as well that there was a very short stint of a career over in the UK that didn't exactly go the way that was intended, but still had a very positive result.
I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at, but I was very fortunate to play cricket in the UK in the southwest in Devon at the Sandford Cricket Club. They're wonderful people, welcoming people. Like any young person, you move in with families. The Ashplant family took me in, wonderful place in Crediton, and lifelong friends. And ended up working for the Thrifty Car and Van Rental Company in the southwest. Their head office happened to be there, and I got to travel the country with my girlfriend and now wife, love you darling, and we had a wonderful experience.
And I do see that you had a little bit of time in the Abu Dhabi Gentlemen's Cricket Club. Tell us a bit about how that either comes about or how that works.
Yeah, again, just career took me there. Working for back of the house, BOTH. Alan Donnell, wonderful Kiwi, not well known, New Zealand under 17 rep, centre back. You wouldn't think that now. He's probably looking more like a number 8. All the best, Alan. Love you. And a good friend of mine from Taradale stalwart, Wayne Wilkinson, helped me get over there. And the Abu Dhabi Gentlemen's Cricket Club, famous for the camel with a top hat wearing a monocle. Nice. Home ground is the Abu Dhabi Palace. Ooh. So little eye-opener for young Taradale lad. To get through the security in your whites, to park up, to then have the staff drive you through the palace grounds on golf carts, to then get to what was probably one of the most beautiful beachfront grounds that you could ever ask for. Almost felt like the Caribbean. Ooh. And just a lovely place. Again, lovely people, very friendly, wonderful expat community. cricket obviously is loved there. Sheikh Zayed Stadium, we had the pleasure of playing on the test ground under lights and just playing short format cricket. Probably not a great standard, to be honest, but really, really enjoyable time. And that took us to Dubai, playing at the ICC and Dubai High Performance Centre. And those sorts of things are just a bit more of a giggle, really, when you pinch yourself and you find yourself on those grounds. Lovely story there, actually. In my time in the southwest, the Overton brothers, who both represented England, both from North Devon. North Devon famously good at cricket, and England A was playing Pakistan A on the neighbouring ground. So I think they were on the turning wicket and we were on Perth, the whacker, the bouncier wicket. And walking past the England contingent while they're watching their batters, one of the England internationals waves out, "Hey Luke, how you going?" So put my hand through the cage and shake hands with Craig or Jamie. I have no idea which one's which, and say hello and stuff. So that was really, really cool. And I see Jamie and Craig still highlights on Instagram and stuff like that. So obviously they'll remember who I am. So
I'm sure they do, mate. Now, possibly a contentious point. You did say that it was one of the most beautiful beachfront grounds over in that part of the world. I do believe the Ocean Beach Cricket Club also has a beachfront ground, does it not?
Yeah, Ocean Beach is steeped in Hawke's Bay agri-community history, farming community. We have Andy Lowe, wonderful contributor to the community, has revamped the facility into a cricket ground. We have a wonderful, fully operational woolshed. It can be used for corporate events. There's screens in the woolshed, a huge fireplace, still fully functioning. And this is the townie telling you this. Please do not test me on what a woolshed does. But the full history of how that's come about, and some agri fanatics will tell you how fantastic that is. But I've spent a few nights there having a few lemonades and just chatting away after cricket. It's fantastic. So the Ocean Beach ground, mid-innings go for a swim, after the match go for a swim, take it all in. You drive in over a hilltop, and as you're coming down the driveway you can see the water, the beach, the greenery. It's amazing. Cape Sanctuary, I believe, is operated by Andy and Liz Lowe. Again, neighbouring the cricket ground, kiwi sanctuary, native birds, wildlife, all that sort of stuff, all donated and kindly looked after by Andy and Liz. They do a great job, and it's amazing to have that around. I think last time I spoke to Liz, she said there was some sort of 99.9% no what do we call it, predator free and stuff like that. So I think there was a red light or an infrared camera picked up on something. They went out and sorted that something up pretty quick. So I was pretty impressed as the old townie.
Yeah. No, it sounds like they're doing amazing work out there. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Vinda. It looks like it's been sunny for a fair few minutes at least. So what are you thinking the chances are of us getting a little bit of play in shortly?
Yeah, like you say, you have alluded to me being Vinda Luke. The sun's come out. We're probably at one pepper hot. I think we will be getting the covers off any moment now. The groundsmen have given us some indication that it's going to be some play in the next. We're going to have on and off play probably for the next hour. I think we're going to get into it.
Now, I'm going to apologise now, mate. It's a little bit of a setup coming through. But you have set yourself up for it. You have put as a good quality that you possess is that you can memorise any lines in a movie, but you cannot remember the wife's birthday. How often does that come up in chats with the wife?
Yeah. I think fingers crossed she's long forgiven me for this. But there is some confusion between my brother-in-law and my wife's birthdays, the 20th and the 25th of May. And depending on, when you ask me this, what stage of the calendar year you ask me that, I do struggle. Even speaking to you now, I'd like to say it's the 25th. Really hope she's not listening. But yeah, it's funny. What concussions can do to the brain, and what long-standing brain injuries can do. But like a moustache, I think omega-3 fish oils and things like that can help repair some of the damage.
G'day, Logan here again. So just touching on that, obviously it's quite a serious subject. There's concussions, and we're seeing it quite more and more in professional sport. So do you want to talk about that a bit further? Did you have some concussions playing sport, or?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of young Kiwis, you play rugby and cricket, and you get into any sport or get into what you can do in the summer, and during young rugby years, my tackling technique wasn't great. Got a few head knocks and things like that, all accidental, nothing untoward, and eventually I think I got advice from my GP, and I think the local rugby union doctor to say, hey, unless you're going to be pretty serious with your rugby, it's probably time to give it away. And I eventually took on that advice, and it wasn't something I took on easy, it's playing a social sport and stuff, but you got to look after yourself, and we talk about my wife's birthday as a bit of a laugh and things like that. I don't think she would take my concussions as a legitimate reason, but no, you got to take care of yourself. Someone that was relatively prominent in the media that I used to read about and has done articles in New Zealand Herald is Steve Devine.
Yep.
Steve's been quite prominent in some of the feedback he's given around some of the effects. I saw an occupational therapist for 6 months. I was about 24, 25 years old, and seeing the progression of those meetings and see me sort of learning the tools to learn your memory exercises and things like that, and gives you a bit of confidence back. But I'm not a big fan of unnatural light in rooms, not a big fan of loud radios in cars, those sorts of things. Do struggle with that a little bit still, but by all accounts, if anyone's listening that has those challenges, I'd say that you can definitely come out the other end with a bit of help and advice and learning the tools to get by and stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm assuming your age here a little bit, but back in those times, concussion wasn't a thing, right? It was just hard enough and play on, right?
100%. And I guess too, it's embarrassing to walk off a rugby field and say I'm dizzy. It's not cool. It's not a broken arm or a dislocated knee or something, and I don't know if the culture's still the same, to be honest. I'm not in and around the club rugby scene as much as I'd like to be with a young family, but I don't know if it's necessarily always fair on coaches and administration staff and stuff to say it was they pressured me or made me do things. I don't think that's fair. I can always walk, make my own choices as an adult, but I think there was definitely for me an attitude of like coming off because you're dizzy is probably not a real sign of toughness.
No, I can definitely say that I'm involved in some of the junior club rugby, and that's a massive focus for coaches and managers and parents as well, and it's quite highlighted and quite front of mind, and there's obviously certain protocols you go through. Even if you suspect someone's had a head knock, you just remove them from the field now. So that's a really good thing to come out of it, I think.
You see it in international rugby. I saw it in the Australia fixture, I think, recently. I wasn't sure if it was against England, that the referee felt as though that there was an immediate issue, someone was unconscious, stopped the fixture, was playing advantage, said I'm no longer playing advantage. And I think having people's health at the forefront, again, we don't really know how serious it is, so I think it's good that we're really looking into that, blue cards, etc.
Oh, we're getting a wave.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I've just been waved in by the skipper. It's been really, really cool talking with you. I'm really, really grateful that we haven't started talking about me snoring during my wife's recent labour with our second beautiful child, Cecilia, who's now 5 months old. So I'm glad we never got to that. My wife Anna was pretty keen to get that in there actually.
Yeah,
so
we've got another 3.5 days.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time to chat about that.
Yeah. So hey, thanks very much for having me, guys. Talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. We're going to take a quick break. We've been summoned in by Mr. Colin Shearer himself, skipper, so we better do what he says. Yeah, better get in there. So we'll be back shortly. Hopefully with some good news.
Hey, thanks very much for having me, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. We're going to take a quick break. We've been summoned in by Mr. Colin Shearer himself, skipper, so we better do what he says. Yeah, better get in there. So we'll be back shortly. Hopefully with some good news. Good afternoon, folks. We are back. Don't let the pictures fool you on the screen, though. It may be sunny now, but there is one massive black cloud behind us which is coming over. We had a look at the Met Service forecast, thanks to Met Service. Not a sponsor of the show, by the way. Well, it kind of is a show, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We've created it.
The Wizard and Shuey, or Shuey and Wizard. Maybe we have to work on that name.
Yeah, we can workshop that.
But it looks like there's going to be rain until at least 4 p.m. today. So good news is you've got us to keep you company until we get the cricket back on. I'll hand over to Dom now, or the Wizard. So we've got a special guest with us.
Awesome, thank you, Shuey. And we do have a very special guest with us. However, before we do get into that, there have been some comments come through on the live stream. Current Movember member Tyler Edwards, current? Yeah, we'll say he's still in the squad. Has come up with the Dom from Rags tagline. And Stevie P, who was at the ground yesterday, has labelled the Wizard the new Believe in the Leave champion. Not exactly a title I was aiming for whilst being part of the test team, but I'll take it. Everyone loves a good nickname. And we do have a very special guest with us today. Now. And I am just doing a little bit of fact checking with Shuey just to see if we do have a few different answers already that we can talk about. But we do have Lofty with us. So Lofty, mate, thank you for joining us. I do believe there's a little bit of a shoehorn to get you out here. You seem to be the only one that had actually finished lunch once we had left the pavilion. So I appreciate you joining us today, mate. How's today going for you?
Oh, but stop and start, isn't it? It's you get ready to get out there and wait. I've sort of finished for the day. We're going to wait to get out in field, but that's okay. It's okay. Good Tucker, keeping us going. It's all good.
Yeah, to be fair, we have been very well looked after in terms of catering whilst we have been out here at St. Paul's the last 2 days. Now, Lofty, the bloke to my right in Shuey, he hasn't had the opportunity to go out and bat in what can only be described as an absolute minefield. I had a slightly short stay, a little bit longer than Shuey, but slightly short stay. You spent a bit of time out there yesterday. How did you find it batting out there?
Yeah, that is probably the longest I've ever batted in cricket. I'm more of a T20, let's just tee off sort of guy. So this is completely out of my realm. But and actually, it was only my second time ever playing on grass.
Oh, nice.
A bit of a fun fact. So yeah, it's like it was even just where you place your feet. Like it was holes everywhere. I was trying to figure out where to play that, and then the bounce is obviously a bit different to an artificial pitch. But yeah, I think it's. I'm glad we batted first because I think batting last is going to be a bit of a challenge for the Seddon lads.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that about to be a day 2 pitch wouldn't be your usual day 2 looking pitch.
No, it's I think once it gets a little bit more into it, especially our spinners, they're gonna be licking their lips a bit. You can sort of, even with the Seddon spinners on day 1, they're having a bit of luck. So I think you get to sort of day 3, day 4, the likes of Babs and Co. are going to be might be in the wickets column, I feel.
I feel they definitely will be, because Stifler was getting through quite a few good overs yesterday from the St. Davies Road end. But in terms of how you felt batting out there, like you said, it's your second time playing out on grass, and it's not exactly the easiest pitch to be batting on, period, let alone if you're not used to the conditions. Did you have many or any conversations with your batting partner out there without getting too frank with the question, like, mate, what am I supposed to do, or what should I be looking at while I'm out here?
I know he didn't last long out there, but old Luke Wright, he when he was out there and I was batting with him, he was very good at just sort of going, right, what's your plan? How are you getting through it? Because the young guy that cleaned me up, he was quick, man. He was probably up there with one of the quickest bowlers I've faced.
I do believe that was the same bowler that did bowl what has been labelled the ball of the Test match as well.
Yeah, well, that's up for debate, I'd say. But no, it was good having someone like, even Roundy when I batted with him at the start, it was just, like, where's your shot, where's your scoring shots, just kind of keep me in check, which is kind of what I needed, especially with not batting for long periods of time usually. And especially when, the shots are, scoring runs are sort of harder to come by with tight fields. So, no, it was a good learning experience, that's for sure.
And I mean, I don't know about you, Shuey, but I, for one, was almost taken aback just then when Lofty told us that Luke was very strong with his comms. As we are aware from the interview that we've just done previously with Luke, very hard to get a word out of that man.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. I think that's probably why it played into his favour, is because I couldn't really say much back. It was just lots of comms. But I do have to say though, when I was batting with him, he played a nice cut shot, and all I heard was nice shot, and I'm backing up, so I didn't quite see who it was. Anyway, I'm talking to him after. I was like, man, that was a hell of a cut shot. Even though boys, Seddon boys appreciate it. He goes, nah, mate, that was me. So he's played this beautiful cut shot and gone, nice shot, like, while he's batting.
We did happen to mention that in his interview earlier today. I did mention that I think the last time I did see and hear somebody do that was Daryl Mitchell after he dispatched an Indian spinner into about the 30th row, and he said, wow, that's big.
Yeah, I suppose the only difference is though, right, is the shot that Luke got out to, he picked out the one fielder in close on the leg side, could have hit it anywhere. But no, it's yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out, especially when the rain gets through. Like, I'm looking forward to getting actually into the field. Hopefully our last remaining boys can sort of have the tail wag, if you will, and get out there.
And I mean, I don't know about you, Lofty, but currently I don't know if I would want to be in that field. I feel any step you're probably going to be taking either a fair bit of turf with you, or you're going to be under a bit of water. But it does seem to be draining quite well. We have tried to have a bit of a look from the comms box area to see if we can see any puddles, which we can't, so we're assuming that means that there isn't too much kicking around. But I do have a very interesting question for you, Lofty. So one of the questions that you did answer in the form that was sent up by Shuey was in terms of nicknames. Now, it's not an overly original nickname that we have for you on there, is it, mate?
Man, it's really been thought of outside of the box.
Now, yeah, it is a very New Zealand way to look at a nickname, to be fair. Chuck a O or a Y on something, and that's now your name. Or an IE. Or if you want to elongate it as well, yeah, or an EY. But in terms of any other nicknames at all that you have had thrown at you as the rain starts to absolutely pelt down, we may need to shuffle over to make sure that our interviewee doesn't get drenched. Oh, jeez. Oh, doesn't matter where we go in the comms box, we're getting saturated. Oh, yeah, this is gnarly weather that has just moved in, viewers. Very windy and incredibly heavy rain that has just come through out of nowhere.
It's just kind of the story of the day, though, really, isn't it? Like, this is only a really 2-3 minute shower, and then that blue sky is going to come out, and just story of the day.
Yeah, unfortunately, this shower very heavy that is coming through. But yeah, like you said, Lofty, unfortunately we have had quite a lot of that already today. But the groundsmen that we've got here at St. Paul's have done a fantastic job. The theory going around the Movember 11 changing room is that they have somebody on speed dial just further down the road. Possibly could be the great man KJ down at Seddon Park, giving updates just before they tend to hit St. Paul's in terms of the weather directions. So fortunately, in terms of pitch preservation, we've got everything covered, but in terms of actually getting some cricket done, I feel like we're missing out on a lot of overs today.
Yeah, I don't think much will be played at this point. I mean, we do have the ability to play later in the day, but who knows? Because it is coming in hard and it's coming in fast. So whether the outfield dries in time, I guess we'll wait and see. But yeah, I mean, either way, I think it kind of plays into our favour a little bit. Just keeping that pitch under there, and yeah, it'd be good to get out there tomorrow on a dry field. The next couple of days are looking good, but
There even was a call from one Craig Bullock in the chat earlier today of, you know what, maybe we just declare now and really confuse them. What are your thoughts on that, Lofty?
oh, nah, because I don't want to get wet.
Yeah.
The joys of
Short and
I
sweet.
suppose the joys of being batting when it's raining is that you just sit in the dry, in the dry. You don't have to, especially wearing wool. I don't really want to smell like a bit of a wet dog all afternoon.
Yeah, we are very privileged to not only be playing for the Movember 11, but to be wearing the very comfortable and very warm Movember jerseys, which Bully does keep a very close eye on, as well as one of them has almost made it into my cricket bag.
There were several messages.
Yeah, the Movember 11 recently had a tour of Northland up in lovely Cobham Oval, and I don't know if we made the mistake, but we made Dom the tour manager. So what that entails was getting the kit bag and making sure all the kit comes back with the kit bag. So I don't know how many messages I got from Dom saying, would you mind if one of these went missing into my bag? Talking about our lovely Movember kit that we have, especially the woolen vest, and that's probably a prized piece of it, is it not? Yeah. Sorry, that was just my 2 cents into that conversation.
Yeah, I think the thing where you went wrong there, Shu, is you made Don the tour manager.
Yeah.
It just screams shambles from the get-go.
And Lofty, I'm not actually sure if you're aware with the test last year, the Wizard did have a slight complication with his playing top. It was suggested that if we were to attempt to clean our gear whilst playing in a test match, to make sure we don't use any direct heat in terms of drying said gear. So once we did get back to our accommodations at the Settlers Motel, the Wizard apparently didn't, but thought he had checked the heater 3 times to make sure it was not on, so it could just rest over the heater whilst going to dinner, to come back from dinner and find the shirt melted against the heater, which then gave him a giant hole in the back of his playing top. So again, not only was the Wizard made tour manager, he was also placed in charge of the kit. Very dangerous exercise in my opinion, but as I'm sure as Shuey is nodding along, all the pairs of pants came back. Not a single one of them has been burnt.
Yes, I mean, look, some could say in that respect, you walked so the rest of us could run. You know, you made a mistake so that the rest of us know not to do that.
And I feel that great comeback would almost be worthy of a jersey, one could say.
You're dreaming, mate, dreaming.
Oh, but no. So yeah, it isn't looking good for us, is it, Lofty? It's still drizzling. It's not as absolutely painfully hard raining as it was a couple of minutes ago, but it has quieted down a fair bit from the sky, one could say.
Yeah, I'd say that was probably the strongest one we've had, and the fact that it's still probably drizzling is probably the longest as well. Be interesting to see what the outfield's like now after that. But I mean, the wind's still round, so if we do get a bit of blue sky, it might dry out. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we actually do get some playing today. But I suppose, like we said, we do have that luxury of playing through to 7 o'clock.
Later times,
So,
yeah,
so
definitely.
who knows? Who knows what's on the cards today?
And for our viewers as well, as I said near the start of this interview, Lofty was almost shoehorned into the interview as he was the only one that wasn't still stuffing his face. Shuey and myself actually found out that we were no longer the experts in the comms box on the way over here. because for how Lofty pays his bill, he's the operations and promotions manager for MediaWorks in the Waikato, and I do believe that involves a little bit of radio time for you, Lofty.
Yeah, man. I host the day show for More FM for Waikato and Coromandel, so a couple of shows to get through every day, which is it's good to be on this side though. Like, I feel like I'm usually the one asking the questions, so it also feels like I'm still working on my days off. But no, it's good, man. I enjoy it. Like you said, pays the bills, and there's definitely worse places to be.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, obviously, it's a very sparse area, the Waikato and the Coromandel.
Yep.
So, the first question I have in terms of your radio.
Yep.
What's one of your best radio moments? Can be best for a horrific reason or best for a good reason.
Yeah. That's a very good question.
We're good with those.
Yeah, far out. Well, you guys want a job. I used to work up in Auckland at George FM back before I moved down here. So that was pretty cool, like just meeting some of the world's biggest DJs, like when they come up for interviews. Skrillex, Wilkinson, just some of the big names in dance music. It's been pretty cool, but even just like down here in Waikato on a local level, it's just getting to chat to and interview some cool sports people in our area, like the Chiefs players and the Magic girls, and like Tim Seifert and some of the local Black Caps. It's probably it's not often you get to do that as a job, so it's pretty cool.
Nice. And I do notice that you having to be wearing our beautiful local domestic cricket pants in terms of the Northern Brave. We do have the Northern District's men playing a Plunket Shield match down at Seddon, and I'd imagine in terms of play they're on a similar kind of scale to us for today.
Yeah.
But they seem to be going all right down at Seddon Park, don't they?
They do. They're going all right. I did see they have got a bit of play in today, so they're doing a bit better than us, but I'd say, it'll be a bit on and off. But I think they've got Tim South, some bloke called Tim Southey and Kane Williamson playing for them. So I think it's Kane's first game in the Plunket Shield for about 6 years, and this back to business as usual, just a nice well-earned 60 in the first innings. But I think they're doing pretty well over Auckland at the moment.
Jeez, they are indeed. Currently 102 without loss in the 39th over, with Henry Cooper currently on 48 and Captain Jet Raval at 45. I mean, the number 3 does say K.S. Williamson, but I don't know about Shuey and Lofty. That to me looks a lot like Luke Wright. Looks a lot like him.
See, I'm sitting here thinking, Auckland, they're not doing great. You obviously got a 100-round opening stand now. You get one of these two now, and who's walking out to the middle? It must doesn't feel like it's getting any easier out there for them, but.
Yeah,
it must be, it's pretty cool seeing these Black Caps come back and just play domestic cricket. It doesn't get to happen very often.
Oh, it's so good. And then you've got your international teams as well, and not so much Australia. They've almost constantly been in that top tier-ish area for quite a while. But especially for the Black Caps and to an extent South Africa a few years ago, you get a guy like Hashim Amla out. You're like, great, we've got the number 2 batter in the world out, and then outstrides AB de Villiers.
Yeah.
You're almost like, do I need to take this catch?
Yeah, it is good. It is good, but I feel for the likes of Matt Fisher, who last week he picked up a fifer playing. I can't remember who they played. Was it CD? They must have played CD. Got fifer in like 7 or 8 in the game, and then he has to make way because the likes of Tim Southey's coming back for a game. But I suppose it's kind of good for them at the same time, though, right? Because how often do you get to learn from players like that in your camp?
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, even the Wizards' first game in Hamilton, he had just joined the local university club. I don't know why, but he was sold as a premier grade batter. He was.
Really talking about yourself.
I do, yeah, I do.
Were you leaving the straight ones back then as well? Or was
Well, I didn't actually get a chance to at that one. I was put into the Prem's team for that weekend, and then on the Friday I get a phone call from then captain Freddie Walker. And he goes, "Mate, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but I need to drop you." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Do I get to know why?" He goes, "Well, Daniel Vittoria's coming back from an Achilles injury and he wants some game time." So I was like, "Oh, tough break, but I suppose I can make
that's
room."
alright, yeah.
It's not really a like for like replacement, but I'll allow it. Didn't have the beard back then, so it wasn't exactly like for like. So I wasn't happy about it, but I thought it was fair. Anyone? Yeah. So having a look at your playing history, Lofty. 15 years that you've been playing cricket.
Yeah, sort of talked about it in the sheds the other day, or yesterday. I just sort of started playing, like my granddad got me into playing cricket when I was, young buck, must have been 8 or 9, 7, 8, 9-ish. And then, as soon as I was sort of old enough to play at school, just got into it, and he was my coach for a while there, and then just kind of kept playing through high school, and wrapped up high school, played my first couple of years out of uni just for my local club. I'd drive sort of an hour and a half, nearly 3 hours for some games just to play for my local team. But that was the thing, man. I didn't really want to play in Auckland. I just wanted to play cricket with my mates.
Yeah.
And then now more so it's probably more just a bit of business house on a Wednesday night, then playing club or playing Movember. I get a few games in here and there just with young kids. But on and off for about 15 years.
Yeah. And I do believe this is the first test that you played for Movember. You did unfortunately miss the first game. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, I the inaugural test, as well, played in Tamahiri. I fortunately enough got selected, and started my fundraising campaign, and then about 2 weeks out I got pretty crook and sort of in and out of hospital, and then they took my appendix out basically. They were just like, "Sorry mate, you won't be able to play." So I had to miss out on the first one, which is a bit of a shame, but did end up getting a game in for Movember that season against Waipuna Valley, so ended up getting the cap, which was good. But so playing this test is kind of like 2 years in the waiting, really. Like get all the excitement built up for your first one, and then it doesn't really happen for 2 years. So
And you're saying Papa got you into cricket as well, and I do believe that he was going to be. He made the decision. You know what? I'm going to take some time off to go watch this test as well.
Yeah, shit, he was pissed off, man. He worked for himself, to be fair. So it's not like he put the application in. He drove a truck and he did what he wanted to do. So he's just, I won't book anything at this time. And then sure enough, I was like, "Oh, sorry, chief, I can't play." So he had to go to work, which is but
ruins the week a
about
bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really broke up his week. But then it rained the whole most of that test anyway, didn't it, Shuey? So it's not like he would have been watching much, but yeah.
Sure. So back to your regular cricketing now.
Yep.
And you love your business house.
Yeah, this is the thing. I've got a 3-year-old at home, so by the time I work 40 to 50 hours a week, and then try and get out and play a whole day of cricket on a Saturday, the missus is kind of like, "Hold your horses there, buddy." I just try and
I don't think I've seen Shuey's head nod as aggressively after that comment.
So I don't know if I try and play where I can. Like I might get 2 club games in a year, and then 1 or 2 Movember fixtures here and there, and that'll be me. But ideally I would love to play more. But it's more just business house on a Wednesday night these days for one short cricket club. Quite ironic because usually we're 2 or 3 short. But it's good fun. I get to play with my uncle, which is pretty cool. So
nice, man. And what are you usually doing in your business house team? Are you the chief run scorer? Are you the chief spinning or seam option? Are you the chief chat in the outfield?
I kind of do a bit of this, bit of that. You kind of nailed the head on all of it there. Like I go out there and bat, but bear in mind I'm playing with like 40-year-old blokes.
To be fair, if you are 2 or 3 short instead of the 1 short, sometimes you do need to do everything.
Yeah, so I mean, I am the leading run scorer. I'm not. It's just a bit of a humble brag there.
Yeah,
but
as you could see on the camera there, Tim, he did get a little bit bigger when you said that.
Yeah, so I can't know if I can fit through a door now. Actually, my head's gotten a bit big. Then everyone has to bowl 2 overs, so I just bowl a bit of seam, and then when our keeper has to bowl, I chuck the gloves on.
Nice.
But it's good. Like finish work and just go for a run around.
Yeah,
good
good
fun.
short, sharp game.
Yep.
I do also see that you've made a debut for the Waipuna Valley Wombats.
Yep. Well, I have actually. It's last year against Northern Districts under-17s, and I think they were just a bit short on players last year, and I just had a Sunday where I was able to sneak out of the house, so I went down. It's a bit of a it's good fun. I think we batted first, and Carl, the skipper there, goes, "Hey mate, can you go out and open the batting?" I was like, "Oh, okay." I don't really want to, but okay. But I think I hit like 45, and then just tried to tee off on a straight one and got skittled. Leg stump went flying.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes people do miss a straight one there, Shuey.
I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Stewie. Here is there a difference between missing a straight one and leaving a straight one?
There is a massive difference. Yeah.
Fortunately, mine wasn't straight. Mine kicked back in, as has been described by the ball of the test match multiple times.
Stewie might need to pull up the replay here. I don't think there was much jag on that at all.
I'll see if I can hunt for it, eh?
I can promise both of you that link is flying around in every Kaipaki chat that is currently available. Oh, but no, it is. I would say it's looking slightly promising because I saw somebody walk out, but I do believe that it's just somebody coming out to grab their drink bottle. The St. Paul's ground staff have emerged. However, they have not made any further movement past the pickets around the outside of the track. So
look, it's Seddon. One of them's got the kit on, which is good, but then again, I think he also had his kit on at lunch. I don't know if he's just prepared to be, ready, set, go. That's we're out there, but
I think old Diesel from the far end is just very keen to get back out there again. Whereas I do believe there was a bit of a chat between yourself and one of the current batting Movember players that a nap wouldn't go astray.
yeah, yep. I'm just keen to get out there, eh? I'm keen to get out there. Maybe not today, but I'm keen to get out there at this point. I'm just sick of sitting around today.
To be fair, mate, there have been a fair few people saying that they're getting a bit itchy. Fortunately, Shuey and myself have had the luxury of being able to sit here and just have a bit of a chat with some of you sensational blokes from Movember and the Seddon Cricket Club. Just to get to know everybody a little bit better. There was also a request to have a second camera set up so that our viewers could actually see the interviews happening. However, due to a technical misplacement of said second camera by Shuey,
Stewie was just he was on Fortnite last night, and he was streaming away. Misplaced the camera. Hate it when that happens.
The best bit from that comment from Lofty though is there was a good chuckle out of Shuey. There was no denial.
Couple of victory royales with
Definitely
her.
not Fortnite, that's for sure. That'll be the kids.
Apparently he's a bit more of a GTA man. I know. We very much so appreciate your time out here, Lofty. There is a bit of a break in the weather, so you're more than welcome to use that break in the weather to make the hikoi back to the pavilion so you don't get saturated, mate. But again, very much so appreciate your time. And we do have a few more days, so it may not be the last time that you get interviewed as well. So
That's alright. I'll see if I can go find some other sucker to come over here, eh?
I'm sure you will find the
sure
next
they won't be hard.
contestant. Yeah, appreciate it, Lofty. Have a good one, buddy. Cam Loft, everybody. A great interview with a great human being. And as described, there is a little bit of a break in the weather. However,
Good over there.
the groundsmen have now disappeared. And Shuey's had a bit of a look, and it's not looking too promising behind the big tree beside us here. What are you reckoning here, Shuey?
Yeah, no, we've got no chance, I don't think. I'll just pull back up the radar. It's not looking flash. There she
It
is.
is the story of my cricketing career.
Actually, looks like it's going to get heavier around 2 p.m.
Yes.
Yep.
So not looking too flash, unfortunately, viewers. But as Lofty said, he's going to make that hecoy back to the pav and possibly bring us out
Yep.
some form of another human. I don't know if I would say player or manager or what. There's a chance of just be some random human.
Just look. Just looking at some of the comments here on the live stream there. Can confirm that he was on Fortnite last night. Now, there's a famous cartoon character, or fictional character at least, that when he lies, his nose grows quite long, right? Now, Mr. Cardelloni would be having that same effect right now because he is lying through his teeth.
I mean, I would like to say I'd have to believe him, but there are no random keys that are popping up and random comments there, so obviously the nose isn't getting in the way, so there could be some truth behind this. And I believe Carl's even saying on the chat there as well that you were perfecting your ray gun dance as well. Depending on if we can get that second camera, there's a chance that might come out, I reckon.
Can you perfect that dance though?
Oh, absolutely not. No way. You cannot improve perfection.
That's a one-off, right?
Oh, there's a shot fired across the bow from Nathan. What team wins the average of lowest average age?
But
There's no delicate way around that one, is there, Shuey?
There's not. When I turned up, I was looking around the team and going, I think we're in a spot of bother here in terms of the youth that is currently in that Seddon team.
Yeah, they're. I highly doubt. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I highly doubt we're going to see too many of the Movember quicks getting through 18 overs in a day.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Depends
if they
on-
do, they're not coming back the next day,
No,
or the massage guns and the copious amounts of painkillers in that changing room will be consumed.
Correct. The it's going to be a bit of a tough ask to bowl 18 overs in a day, I think. Especially
I can barely field for 18 overs, I'll be honest with you.
this far along in the lifespan. Yeah,
the,
so
the exuberance of youth, though.
Yeah,
The fact that they could do it, and they showed up today.
they did.
They even warmed up. Bodies are a bit sore, but again, recovery's a bit easier at that age.
Yeah. So to answer the question, Nathan, Seddon would definitely have the youngest average age.
Well, how much do you reckon?
Are we going to speculate on people's ages here, are we?
We could speculate.
Yep.
I think the only one you can't speculate is the sheriff. Because that's just, there's years of just hardenedness
There is, yeah.
of just being a sensational member of the community in terms of how he polices the community out there. We do see a bit of movement
We
from the
do.
pavilion.
We'll have a bit of a look at that, shall we?
To the untrained eye, it may look like that there are players walking down the stairs, but they're actually just rolling down after a great feed.
Unfortunately, the tree has blocked that out.
Yeah.
And they're actually disappearing into the changing sheds, which could be a good thing. Although,
Not for the camera, I don't think, should we?
no, I mean in terms of playing cricket,
Oh,
getting
yes.
dressed into their whites, so
Yep.
they could come back on
I'll
the
back
field.
that.
Yep, but
I do also see Seddon Cricket Club manager Colin Hickey,
he
the
would
top
be a
of the
great man
pav.
to have a chat to, wouldn't he?
and I feel like the type of bloke that Cole is as well. There's a good chance he's actually just heard us talking about it, and he's already
Yeah.
planning
Wow.
his interview as well. So we're in a little bit of a nice edge currently, viewers. We've had a few people disappear into the changing sheds, but it seems like the rest of them are still very engrossed in Dan Fenwick's card game that is going on upstairs.
You can see we're struggling with the content. We're commentating on people walking into a pavilion.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to continually talk about something nothing is happening.
Dear.
We can only really speculate at this point, but
If you go through the bowling card, I suppose that might be a.
you want to go through the ball of the test match? Is that what you were saying?
Actually, that's what I was doing, wasn't I?
I do know that there is a Stevie P and a Tyler Brown Sugar Memphis Edwards that would be interested in seeing it as well.
You can just keep padding while I try and find this thing.
Padding, that's almost like padding up. That's when you just put the pad out to, instead of leaving a ball, you just put the pad out.
Not that I'm experienced. I think it's a technical term for filling in dead space.
Oh, I know, I was attempting to make it into a metaphor, but we we're not saying wavelength on that one. But
even if your pad was in the way, you still would have been given out LW.
Or technically
Leaving
not.
a straight one.
Yeah, but it wasn't straight. That's the thing. Because if I got forward to that, and Plank, who was a fantastic umpire, would have seen it moving at half a metre. You go, nah, there's no way a ball's going to move that much.
Oh, well, we got some action in the middle. Ground staff.
Ground staff are coming out. Ryan Preston is making the heek up the stairs to go tell everybody else to go get their kit on.
Bit of stomping going on to check the. We can have a look at that actually.
I was about to say, Shuey, we're about to commentate and
We are.
narrate the groundsman checking around the pitch. There's been a bit of a slow day for content at this point.
This is great chat, isn't it?
So it's not looking overly fruitful for the fact that they've walked around the pitch itself. So they're having a little bit of a look-see around to see what that water content is looking like. Not sure what the technical way would be for them to check. Is it wet enough, etc. for play? But they have done a fantastic job so far, so I'm going to back them in their decision. Not looking overly likely at pulling any of those standards out though, which is slightly disappointing.
Just going to try something here, folks. Everyone's asking for that. The wicket.
Ball of the
The
test
ball of
match.
the test match.
I believe that is what it was referred to as, the ball of the test match. While the groundsmen get the super soaker out to mop around the outside of the pitch. The downside with these groundsmen having to take those covers off is, as you'd imagine, there's a fair bit of precipitation over the top of it. So when they do manage to actually roll it off, the super soaker is probably going to have to come out again to mop up what's actually just fallen over the top of
Yeah,
it.
you're not wrong there.
Also, a shout out to my much better half, who has requested I just say something cool on the commentary chat. I don't believe she's enjoying.
We've been saying cool stuff the whole time, to be
Yeah.
fair. I think we have.
I just don't believe she's been listening the whole time.
Okay.
But yes, as I was saying too, so the super soaker is out. So hopefully once they've mopped up a little bit of that excess precipitation outside the block, hopefully that pitch cover will be coming off very shortly.
I think some of the viewers have asked for that replay too, so you'll be pleased to know the video highlights package is generating right now. So very shortly,
The replay
we
of
will
the
have
ball
the
of the test
replay
match.
of the ball of the test match.
Okay. I think it's really what everybody is after.
I think so.
Even Carl's got in there. Wouldn't want to replay that work. Can you see how much it really jagged in? Because I mean, to the naked eye, it may not look like it's jagged as much, but it's much easier to see from here. As we heard from Babio earlier today, he believed it moved about half a metre. I believe those are his exact words.
Didn't he say you missed a straight one?
Oh, I don't believe that's what he said. So just getting that video teed up for us now, team. So I believe, and Shuey can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe it's a bit of a wickets highlights package. So unfortunately for Movember, it's not going to be as pretty viewing as what it would be for the Seddon Cricket Club. And Shuey's just inspecting to see how much it jags.
No.
That has basically gone straight to Dan Fenwick as the first delivery as I watch it.
Oh my gosh.
And it's jagged back
We're gonna put
from
this.
first slip to the top of off. Argument could be made
dear.
for a metre difference now, Shuey, now that I can see it from that point of view.
I'm gonna get this in the. Gotta get this in the. Oh, just let me work out where to go for that.
So as Shuey is figuring that one out for us, team, groundsmen have actually just got the phones out. Maybe they've heard the chat about Fortnite and decided to try to find Shuey's gamer tag, which I could only assume to be something to the effect of Shuey at 1894.
1894. You're trying to sound that old.
And the groundsmen seem to be walking away from the Super Soaker. So I am hoping that means that they are heading toward the player tunnel to go have a chat to Dan Fenwick and Captain Colin Shaw. Just see if they believe we should be getting some cricket in very shortly.
Right, folks, sorry about that delay. I think I've figured out what my actual issue is. I'm not wearing my glasses.
Well, I mean,
And-
there's an easy solution to that one there, Shui.
Go and get them.
Should have gone to Specsavers.
Hey,
Yeah, hey.
buddy.
Yeah, you go.
For
Little
those who
product
don't know,
placement.
is the wizard works for Specsavers.
He does indeed, he does indeed.
It's,
Good joke. Works everywhere.
It's pretty good. I think we've got it. So let's have a look at this and see if we can get this wicket playing into the live stream.
I feel like we've almost got wind coming in different directions here, Shui. The trees down the far end behind Single seem to be brushing over his right shoulder. And that fine leg's gone even. Oh, okay. Interesting field setup here. So we.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
He's gone.
gets me a little bit choked up if I'm totally
Does,
honest.
yeah.
It's a good story that he got through to the other side of that. As Finn lumbers in again.
Pretty sure he put me over the fence a couple of times.
And after the second test, as about 3 catches went down in that position, so he might be slightly straighter. So it's at action. It is a fundraising event, listeners. So getting down. Remember, the leading edge comes up for the sheriff, which has gone to hand this time.
Colin Shaw.
Sorry, that was Colin. There has got that leading edge. So unfortunately,
But I think everyone wants to have another look at the order dismissal there, Wizard.
well, do we really want to go into the angles and the amount of deviation? I'm happy to go into it.
Shall we?
I feel like we could.
Yeah.
Because I'm happy to. Because we could possibly even look at how we draw the lines as well. We could go like full VAR on this.
Wow.
We could. I think. Half a metre.
It looked like you left it before you even bowled it, to be fair.
No, it's. I could see how you'd see that, Shuey, as a bowler. However, as a batter, we do have slightly quicker reactions.
Wow.
And with that very slingy action there, the young marathon bowler had been bowling. He didn't charge into the crease, but just a bit of a whip round with the arm. So it did come down a bit quicker as well. But as you could all very clearly see there, heading straight to the Fema. The poor wicketkeeper would have been in all sorts if it had not got that deviation.
I mean, if the stumps didn't get in the way of the ball.
Well, apparently those stumps are legal height, but I would challenge that. 'Cause,
You reckon they're too high?
yeah, I do believe that.
Well,
It's very slightly
well,
clipped the top of off.
Let's have a look at that further, shall we?
We can if you like.
How high up the stumps did it actually hit?
Oh, I clipped the very top. The very top. It's basically skimmed the bail that's actually just come off.
Oh, we'll try that again.
So we do look at the skin. I'm happy to.
Don't know if that's actually in the stream yet. No, we'll just start that.
So we do have the groundsman just leaving the playing block to have a further conversation with one of the other groundsmen. Bad news, Shuey. It doesn't look like there's any Seddon Cricket Club or Movember cricket club persons involved in that conversation. I would wager that is going to be a not so fun conversation in terms of there's not going to be any play for a while. The Super Soaker did come out for a bit, but that's now been discarded.
And looks like there's more rain clouds coming across. It was almost a bit of a waste of time in that Super Soaker, I have a feeling.
I think it may be.
Must say it is rather chilly over here in this commentary area, is it not?
Incredibly chilly. I think I might actually bring a blanket from home from an ex-commentary stint. We are seeing some movement in the PAV, but again, doesn't look like anyone's actually had a chat to the groundsman, so I think we are still in a holding pattern. I think we might be for quite a while, possibly if not the day.
Does mean we have more time to review this leave.
You mean the ball of the test match? Geez, that's as quick as I've moved for a while. What I do like is that in these highlight packages, you don't actually see that there was someone standing behind the umpire for the first few balls of the,
No,
of
you
the test,
don't,
which
do
is interesting to see. So, as you'll see,
I don't think that was actually.
it has clipped the top,
Oh,
clipped the very top.
that was a bit of fun, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I'll be honest, I usually do pride myself on knowing exactly where that off stump is. But geez, when you get the ball in a test match like that, it's hard to get away from. You can't take anything away from that young bowler. He's bowling great lines, and he continued to bowl great lines to everybody else yesterday in that very, very long bowling spell.
Wow, as the wind just picks up a bit more. What we might do is take a short break and go and wrangle the next contestant on our show.
On the new show.
Yeah, and we'll be back with you shortly. What we might do is take a short break and go and wrangle the next contestant on our show.
On the new show.
Yeah, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Hey, welcome back to our viewers. We've actually had a spike of people just show up just in Shuey. It's almost as if they knew we were coming back. Shuey and I have gone a bit of a decoy back over to the PAV, and we've actually found a couple more guests. We have two of the sensational humans of the Movember 11. We've got young Chip and Reeves have joined us. So, young Georgie, known as Chips, I think the first question for you, mate, straight off the bat, Reeves even tried to jump in before he kicked off the interview, mate. Where did Chips, the nickname, come from?
So it was when Mum was pregnant with me. My brothers were trying to think of a nickname or a name for me. And they were eating chips at the time. And they were sort of three and four, and they just said, "Oh, should we call him Chip?" And they said, Mum and Dad were like, "No, we're not calling him Chip, but there can be a nickname." And then it sort of just stuck ever since I was born. So it's been a lifetime nickname.
So apart from BK, who has gone for the shortest, easiest idea for a nickname, I'm also seeing a theme of mums through these nicknames too. Because we do have Stifler from the Seddon Cricket Club as well, due to apparently his mother being of the nicer persuasion to look at.
Oh.
And the first thing that came out of your mouth as well, as it came from mum, I was like, "Oh, here we go again." But no, that one was a little bit more PG, which is good. And Chip's just stuck. So everyone's
just
like,
stuck ever since.
family just kicked on with it, and then everyone else was like, "Must be a decent story. We may as well just call them Chips too."
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Jeez, it's a decent origin story. I'll give you that for sure. And mate, so you seem to be looking quite comfortable out in the middle there as well yesterday. Both Shuey and I were sitting here marvelling, as well as a little bit of the green-eyed monster came out a bit of you left-handed batters. You just seem to look more elegant. It's very annoying. Do you feel or see that as a left-hander yourself, or?
A little bit. I think lefties are quite good on that short ball, and that's sort of. I think I heard you say you look quite elegant with that shorter ball. So I don't know. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
And just as a bit of context to viewers as well, there were quite a lot of the players from yesterday mentioning they'd gone back through some of their own highlights packages as well.
Yeah.
We're not egotistical creatures, it's just that this doesn't happen for us all that often. And as Shuey has very lovingly put together the Wickets highlight package, so we could watch, again, what has been labelled the ball of the test match, again, multiple times. We saw in the highlights package, going straight to first slip and it ragged. But yeah, Reeks, you are currently technically batting at the moment, mate. So in terms of your usual cricket, this wouldn't overly happen too much for you, correct?
Nah, mate. Normally I'd would have been we would have bowled and be done for the day. So obviously coming back the next day, a bit of a nervous sleep, and lucky I'm sleeping at your place, not in your bed, but
good clarification for the team.
But no, it's obviously a new experience. I think I've been batting today for the past 4 hours, so it's a good start at the crease.
I also couldn't help but notice when I did leave the PAV as well, your batting partner does seem to be in a bit of a slumber upstairs.
Yeah, well, he is old, mate, so we'll let him have that. And to be fair, I've been trying to find a spot as well, but I think we should have play in the next hour. So
we have been told that there should be a passing shower in about half an hour's time, so we should be out there and get some cricket in today, which is good. As Roundy actually had the conversation with us at the start of play yesterday, Reeves, looking at this longer form of the game, a lot of it is a bit more mental. So in terms of you for today, as you said, you were provided what is quite possibly one of Hamilton's best coffees this morning by one of your co-players. Apart from downing the best coffee that you've had from Hamilton, in terms of prep for you, have you done anything different than what you'd normally do, or?
Not really, mate. I've got severe OCD, so like I was telling you, wear the same socks, undies, everything, gloves, pads. I struggle if I need new gear. Pretty much have to have holes in it before I'll replace it. So other than that fantastic coffee that was made specifically for me, even though the barista ignored me a couple of times because his headphones were on too loud, it was a great experience. But yeah, same as, mate. I'm a creature of habit.
Perfect, brother. Sounds good. And Chips, I believe this is your debut game for Movember, correct?
Yes, it is correct. Yep.
I'll be honest, mate, within the changing room, it doesn't seem like it's your debut.
No.
You seem like you fit into the culture quite well. Is there anyone or anything that you'd put that down to?
I think it's down to the immaturity of Luke Wright. I am the youngest in the team, but I don't think I seem like it with him sort of walking around. But yeah, no, it's good team culture, and it's fun. Enjoying it.
And for a little bit of context as well, viewers, poor Chips has constantly had his head on a swivel since he has been set out here, because we do not know the location of Luke Wright currently, but we're sure that he's going to make an appearance out here while Chip is here. He's decided to take young Chips under his wing, and I don't think Chips is a very willing participant in that mentorship.
No, definitely not. No. Yeah.
And mate, so on a slightly more serious note as well, Cole last year did tell us a story of young Mickey from out in the Hawke's Bay area. Tyler, who was possibly still listening, him and I thought it was a great story to share as well. So he gave a bit of airtime to Mickey and the whānau last year. But tell us a little bit about Mickey when he was around. He sounded like a top bloke.
You know, he was an awesome guy. I played a lot of cricket with him. So his older brother was the same age as me. We went to Heroworth together, and then he went off to Wanganui Collegiate. I went to Lindisfarne, but we still played club cricket together, and his older brother, who was sort of more of my mate, gave up cricket, so me and Mickey spent a lot of time together playing cricket for different clubs and against each other. Lindisfarne against Wanganui, and we're quite good family friends, but he was a very good guy, you know, very honest, loves sport, just absolutely loves sport, huge supporter of the Warriors, and yeah, it's just top bloke, and terribly sad to what happened to him.
No, I recall you telling me a bit of a yarn about the Warriors and actually noticing how much Mickey did not only love his sport, but he had a bit of a slight passion for the Warriors, didn't he?
Yes, his father Marcus is a lover of the Warriors as well, and Mickey loves the Warriors, and I don't know quite how it happened, but someone related to Mickey got him up to the Warriors and got him into the sheds after a game, and you know, the Warriors were awesome, giving him boots and signing things for him. And then the CEO of the Warriors came down to his funeral, and the CEO was just like fascinated with, I was just amazed at like all the stories relating back to the Warriors. Now he's betting on them, and while he's sick, and just watching every game, and like even in his coffin he was wearing his Warriors jersey. And then the CEO went back up to Auckland and said, look, we have to do something for Mickey, and they renamed their training ground to the Mickey Peacock training ground, so it's pretty awesome for him.
That's absolutely amazing.
And
I feel like it also goes to show, you know, the character of the bloke too.
Yeah.
You know?
Nice.
And I mean, let's be honest, I am not a Warriors supporter, so there have been a lot of dark days for those supporters, so for Mickey to keep carrying that all the way through, that's very good of him as well. But speaking of rugby league as well, that bloke to your left, Reegs, I do believe you support a rugby league team, do you not?
Definitely not the Warriors, mate. No, I'm a passionate Manly supporter, the great Sea Eagles.
Yeah, sure, he's very concerned as to...
I was wondering where that's going to.
Yeah, he's very confused as to if that's a better or worse decision than the Warriors.
Come on, mate.
But no, Riggs, you've made the hikoi down the motorway and the expressway from the beautiful far north as well, mate. And I do believe a couple of weeks ago you were bestowed the honour of captaining some Movember teams as well.
Yeah, so we had a Northern Tour Movember. We played a T20 against the Whangarei Boys High, and then a 35 over against the Cobham Invitational team. So the only two things I got right in those two games was I Won the toss both times. We lost both games. But no, it was a great couple of days. The boys' high team, a lot of them were come from the same club that I play cricket for, so there was a lot of banter between them. First ball got a bouncer straight into my my arm, so that was a welcome to the crease from one of the boys, which was good. Beat him up at training the next day, but that's all right. But no, it was good. It was just fun. It was good to obviously have another set of blokes up there, and some of them aren't in the test team, but obviously they're around listening, adding their feedback to what's going on at the moment. So no, it was fun, and obviously an honour to captain the teams as well.
And I do believe if we look at the silver lining for that Northland trip as well, I do believe if Curtis Cherrington hadn't gone mental and hit about 70 odd off 30 rocks, I believe you had copped him about 5 for 25.
Yeah, no, it would have been like I said when I gave him the MVP after the game. He's a very selfish cricketer. Curtis, he had 50 when the entire team had 54, so it kind of shows you he was smacking it everywhere. And just for context, he's an absolute beast of a batter. We weren't bowling poorly, but no, it was a good game. It was good fun.
I do also believe Curtis got a 5-wicket bag that day as well.
He did get a 5-wicket bag, including myself. So, yeah, like I said, selfish.
Yeah.
Taking all the wickets, scoring all the runs. Yeah.
There's been a one-man army, and then there's just been out and out selfish. So, I mean, I don't know if Curtis is listening, but it was a good performance. However, let's be honest. There are supposed to be 11 a year pulling your weight, so he's taking some of that shine off for the other boys. But Chip, mate, how do you pay the bills? And let's keep that clean, please. I don't need your OnlyFans subscription name.
Yeah. So I'm down at Lincoln University, first year down there doing BCom Ag, but during summer I'm up working on a farm just out of Hastings, half an hour south of Hastings, nice. which is good. Yeah, enjoy farming. So yeah.
Living the classic Kiwi country life, aren't you? Going to study, come home for summer, and go work on the farm.
Exactly. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Playing cricket.
Nice. Yeah, man. And are you playing any cricket down at Lincoln as well, or?
Yes, I play for Old Boys Collegians, but it's been wet down there for the start of the summer, so I only played sort of 2 days of cricket. Yeah.
Never ideal.
No.
To be fair, the Hamilton Premier competition, which has been going for a wee while now, they only got onto grass 2 weeks ago.
Oh wow.
Believe there could be a miscommunication from the local council as to preparation for the pitch, but it's slightly different. But in terms of how and where you started as a cricketer, were you told from a young age that you were going to be a cricketer, or did you magically find it?
Well, I got two older brothers that love cricket, so it's sort of just a competitive thing.
Apparently they also love chips, I've heard.
Yeah, I guess they do, yeah. But no, I just played in the hallway out on the tennis court, and our hallway was pretty sort of smashed up with holes and stuff in it from bats getting thrown and balls getting into it. So when we sold the house, we had to very bloody jib it all for that.
Fill up the holes,
yeah. But nah, just older brothers, and Dad loves it, and Mum tries to love it a bit. So yeah, no, it's good. Yeah.
Speaking of parents loving cricket, Reegs, mate, I did mention this when you did show up to the house the other night whilst we were having dinner, but I do believe, and we probably could go back a few years even, I'd imagine that you actually probably see more of my mother during summer than what I do.
Well, yeah, every Saturday. During summer, I'll put that into context. Sorry, Carol. Carol's a major supporter of City, so every summer Saturday when we're playing cricket at home, she comes along with her chair and just pretty much just supports us, or goes to sleep and sunbathes and gets some sun. So yeah, we definitely do see her a lot more than you do, Dom. I don't know whether that's because you're a stink son, or whether she just enjoys us more than you. But yeah.
For a little bit more context in that as well, am a former City Cricket Club member myself, and Mum is an absolute die-hard cricket fan. And then once I did move away from home, she decided, you know what, you're not going to rule my cricket watching-ness by not being here. So nigh on 15 years later from me finishing playing cricket up in Whangarei, she still goes down and watches the teams play. Absolute warrior of a human. But how about yourself, Reegs, in terms of where you started with your cricket? Was that similar kind of thing, bit of a family gig, or?
Yeah, so obviously played it through school. I've got a younger brother, 7 years difference. So me and him used to have some massive battles. Obviously, yep, like Chips did say, in the hallway, but also in the backyard. The old man actually made us a cricket pitch, and you know, the trees were out, next door neighbours on the full were out. You could get, you know, those Incredibles with the mean seams on them, get some good spin. But you probably can't tell it right now, but I actually used to be a national swimmer. So swimming kind of took over my life, really. Cricket and rugby kind of took the went into the background and just kind of focused on that. But got more into cricket as I got older. Yeah, it's just more fun, really. Team sport, and just found a great group of lads. So no, it's been good.
Nice. And you've been up in the beautiful Whangarei for a wee while now, and you've settled at the City Cricket Club there. What's been a highlight for you, that absolutely magnificent ground of Cobham Oval?
Well, to be fair, it's the guys that we've got at the club. You know, when I first moved up there from Auckland, drove around Cobham, and that was the club that I wanted to play for, because that ground's just amazing. It's our home ground. You know, joined the club and then found out that we're probably not the most liked club in Whangarei, and that just made me want to join them even more. You know, they had me at hated, and I was like, yes, I love that. You know, I support Manly, and that's kind of the theme. But no, it's just the lads that we've got. It's more of a family up there. I'm quite a loud person, and I think I've found a twin there by the name of Brad Lang. He also works with me, kind of his boss, but it's good fun, you know. Just the guys that are there, seeing the younger talent coming through. You know, not many places you can go play with, you know, up and coming cricketers, and then, you know, first ball get bumped. So that's always been fun.
Oh no, sounds good, mate. Now Chips, you're obviously studying down in the Christchurch area, down in Lincoln. If you were to win Lotto tomorrow, mate, obviously, you know, you'd have Luke hanging off you for a start, but you wouldn't really be telling anybody. If you were to win Lotto tomorrow, what would you do that would be the sign to your family to show that you've won Lotto without you telling them?
I'm going to come in here and I reckon he'd buy the trough.
Nah, definitely not.
Please do not ask for context on that one, team. That was not a family-friendly answer.
So what's the question? What would I...
If you were to win Lotto tomorrow,
Yeah.
you're not going to tell anybody,
Yeah.
but what would you do that your family would like see as a sign that you've won Lotto?
I don't know. I'd probably actually buy a flat, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Yeah,
Fair,
rent free. Do what you like in it a bit more. No landlords hanging over you. Yeah, it'd be good.
Fair enough. And
But I think the parents would figure it out that I've won Lotto or drug dealing or something. So, yeah.
I personally would hope that it would. The first thought would be he's won
Yes,
Lotto,
yeah,
as opposed to he's decided to go the illegal route.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I could actually see the sheriff's ears prick up when you said that. Man's got ears of a Vulcan. But no, man, sounds good. And appreciate both of you coming down for a bit of a chat, especially yourself, Reegs. I do know that it's a bit of a tough mental game for you currently, for getting ready to bat, to not get ready to bat, to then get ready to bat, to not get ready to bat, to need a nap. So appreciate the time, and you as well, Chips. It was good seeing you bat out there yesterday, mate. So far your debut's been going swimmingly, apart from the fact that you've just been walking around for 20 minutes with your new pads on for no reason. But apart from that, appreciate your time, boys.
Awesome.
Very good,
Thanks,
and
mate.
we've still got a few more days, so there's a chance we get interviewed again.
Sweet as. Thank you.
Chips and Rigs, everybody. So you can still feel free to send some questions through if you do have them for anybody. Just because we have interviewed them once does not mean that they are now done for the test. There's a chance we will still get a few more interviews out for everybody again. And I do believe we have had our next guest show up as well. He's trying to hide behind
He
me
is
too.
trying. Sit down, BK.
Come on, BK. Sure he doesn't bite. Oh, shit, I was reading. Trying to hide behind
He
me
is
too.
trying. Sit down, BK.
Come on, BK. Sure he doesn't bite. That would be good. Oh, so you can hold on to it. You got a little clip there. You
And a
just drop
microphone?
on there. Yeah. Oh. Alrighty, so after a brief stoppage due to Reegs deciding to leave his phone behind on his heekoi back to the PAV, we've had BK join us. So afternoon, BK. How are you feeling today?
Afternoon. It's one of those days, isn't it? You just want to have a sleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I'm feeling.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was saying just before as well, Reegs has managed to get ready, to not get ready, to get ready, to not get ready, to then need a nap as well. So mentally, in terms of prep, that must be very annoying for them. As
It's good when you've already batted though. Like you
Yeah.
just sit and you know you've got at least 2 wickets to.
Yeah, slightly
for-
easier for
You lose
for
one
us.
and you know you kind of have to get ready shortly after that. But it's interesting seeing what some of the boys are doing in the last, what do we had, about 4 or 5 hours kicking around waiting for the rain to go away.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as earlier, as we had mentioned earlier on the commentary, Movember were here for a 10 o'clock start. Things started to get a little bit spicy when it was about 5 to 10 and there wasn't a single Seddon Cricket Club member around. But we have managed to get back into it, and we have just got a message from Luke. Oh, we've actually got somebody up in the PAV trying to find people to get out here for a chat as well. I think Luke might actually be slightly heartbroken that he missed out on Chip being out here. Luke has kind of taken Chip under his wing. I just don't think Chip's a willing participant in that mentorship.
I was going to say that would be tough for him. Yeah.
But no, BK, director of sports out at Hillcrest High, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm
What is-
currently working from home.
You and me both, mate. You and me both.
Perk of the job.
What does your usual week look like, or in terms of like what you do in terms of a director of sport? What does that look like? Yeah.
What I actually do.
Apart from work at
It's
home while playing a test.
reasonably varied, and that's something I've enjoyed, having come out of 20 years of teaching, is kind of controlling what I want to control and doing what I want to do and doing it the way I want to do it. So that's been great, but could be anything, like sitting in front of my laptop for hours on end, doing planning and paperwork stuff, to meeting with coaches and getting out and having a coffee every now and then, which is a good part of the job.
Nice.
And then the best part of the job is obviously going and watching our teams play.
Yeah.
So if I wasn't here now, I'd probably be up in Auckland watching our junior volleyballers playing in the North Island tournament up there. Our boys are just waiting to see a result from the semi-final that they were in today, so hopefully they've done all right there. But yeah,
Cool.
so it's good getting around and watching things and coaching a bit of cricket and doing that too.
Nice. So in terms of sort of like that directorness of that.
Directing.
Yeah. So is that, to simplify it for my brain, is that a little bit more of you're doing the planning for others to go execute and you get to go watch?
Yep, but there's a lot of hands-on stuff that I do as well. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the role, is trying to make it as strategic as possible, but time frames and workload kind of mean you get your hands dirty a bit more than what you'd like to dealing with uniforms and fees and that kind of stuff that has to be done, but ideally it would be done by someone else and not me. Yeah, it's just the way it goes.
Can I say for you, like, you just said you're dealing with having to get the uniforms, and I'd imagine there's permission slips that are coming out of the wazoo, all that kind of gear.
EOTC, that's the big one. That's the ugly one.
What's that?
It's all the paperwork you got to do when a team or a group goes out of school.
So like your risk assessment management.
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
Of jazz.
It's never ending trying to get through screeds of paper and trying to get forms back from parents and kids and that kind of thing. So. But it's just the way it is these days with things that have happened recently at schools on trips and stuff. You just have to do it, and you got to plan for just about everything and hope that nothing happens.
The question that's burning in my brain is someone that's done coaching before as well. In terms of dealing with high school students themselves, like they're teenagers, they already know everything obviously because they're teenagers.
Definitely, yeah.
But then you've also got to deal with the parental side of it I'd imagine there's at least one or two parents where that kid is basically on the cusp of actually being in that team, but they've got to be the best player in the world currently. How do you need to be dealing much with that, or do you then just fob that off to the coach?
I actually haven't had to deal with much of that at all, which is great.
Cool.
And I hope that kind of comes down to the communication that we give around the approach we're taking and what we're looking for and that kind of thing, and the coaches do a good job of the selecting side of things, so that makes it easier on me. But yeah, there's been one or two that kind of question things, but generally when you have a chat with them and tell them what's what and how we've done it and what we've thought about, and remind them that there's actually other kids that are involved as well, that not just their own, they generally take it pretty well. So yeah, it hasn't been a big issue for me in my role, but I'm sure these other people out there have to deal with that quite a bit.
Jeez.
Probably some of the schools to what we're sitting at right now might parents might have a bit more of a say about things, but at Hillcrest it's pretty good.
And I mean, I don't know if anyone's actually keeping up with that video of whilst we're having these chats as well, but it did just get a bit darker here at St. Paul, so I would not be surprised if we do have some rain coming in shortly. But BK, while you were out there batting yesterday, and I think even just at the very start of the game as well, we had your boy Jamie come along to watch a bit of the game, and I believe, is it Luke?
Yeah, that's right.
The other boy as well. Yeah. Do you currently, or did you get to play much cricket with the boys, or was that more of a coaching thing at all that you did with them? Or?
Yeah, I haven't played a lot with them, apart from kind of in the backyard. I was just telling a story before about COVID times where the backyard cricket
kicked off big
time. Yeah, they learnt that the old man's still got a bit of ability out there, so that was good to remind them of that. But
you can't be the family rivalry, hey?
No, that's right. Yeah, it's good like that. No, I haven't played too much with them. Did get the opportunity in the first Test match 2 years ago. Luke stepped in for Roundy, who had Movember business to take care of at the same time, and Bully, good man he is, made us open the batting, which I wasn't too happy with. But
I do believe that pitch was half underwater, correct?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it wasn't ideal conditions out here for anyone, but we got a game in. But yeah, so I got to bat with him for quite a while, which was great.
Nice.
Pretty cool. Had to deal with a little bit of verbals from the opposition through that time. I won't name names. I think most people probably know who that would be.
I believe that story's been told.
Yeah, I think it probably has. Yeah, but no, it was good times, and yes, it's mainly been coaching. Unfortunately for them, I've coached them quite a bit. So no, it's all good though.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it must be. Oh, and we've actually got a comment in from Bully, who's actually said, "I'm listening, BK," and he said that you wanted to open.
That is a complete lie. Absolute lie.
I think we might have a little bit of back and forth that's going to be going on with that one.
Well, he's just wandered into the pavilion 5 minutes ago, so he's working from home as well. But
gee, so you stitched him up.
I wouldn't be surprised if he comes over here and grabs the microphone pretty shortly.
We might see him actually pop his head out the door. Oh no, but even in that test match, how cool of that is a moment for you as a dad to be able to not only don the baggy mo for like such a great cause, but to be able to do it with your boy as well. Like, must have been a fun moment.
Yeah, it was cool. I think we've had a couple more since then that fathers and sons have played. Is that right? In the last test match and other games from Movember, I think.
Sure, he's got smoke coming out of his ears while he's thinking about that one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard that, but anyway, I could have it completely wrong. But no, it was cool. Yeah, obviously both forced into doing something we didn't want to do, but it actually panned out pretty well. Yeah, like I said, we batted together for quite a while and put on a good partnership, and that was pretty cool. And you know, it was talked about after the game. I think both the captains after the game kind of made mention of that, and I guess that's what these kind of occasions are about in a way, aren't they? That, you know, bringing people together and giving people opportunities to do things maybe they wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. So, you know, I don't play cricket for a club anymore. I've done my dash and that, and just been able to, I guess, strap the pads on again and get out in the middle and meet some new people and play some cricket. So it's a good experience and a good opportunity that Movember and Seddon and, you know, those kindred clubs are doing for people around the track. So yeah, it's great.
Jeez, I thought you were in trouble for a second there, BK.
Yeah, I thought the captain
Bully
was coming
charging down the
down
stairs,
the
but he's
stairs,
gone into the changing rooms.
Thank goodness. He's probably
But,
going to pick up a cricket bat.
yeah.
He'll come over with that in a minute.
But then you mentioning the opening, should we call it a debacle? Because it's now a question of who was right between you and Bully there. I'm starting to notice a bit of a pattern emerging in terms of Movember and openers. So you got stitched up in the first test. I got stitched up in the second test because Bully won the toss and decided to bet on something worse than we've got here at St. Paul's. And then I'd imagine it's Bully being in Cole's ear after the covers come off. He's gone, yeah, we'll bet on that. Apparently Movember don't like opening batters, but that's fine.
Well, it's all right for Bully because he was batting 6 or something cushy like that.
Yeah,
So,
they get to sit there and wait till the shine and the seam's gone off the ball, especially when the ball's seaming about half a metre, eh, Shuey?
Was I bowling?
No, Shuey, you were not bowling. Ball managed to get down the other end of the track.
I think we can say what we like about Bully now because he has gone downstairs where I don't think they've got the commentary on, so probably
The
well
thing
sometimes.
is, though, is he's just such a good bloke. It's annoying. No, he does absolutely fantastic work, and he's dug really deep.
He does so much work for Movember, and you know, he's got his mates Matter charity, and you know, his job every day is working in mental health. So it's something he's pretty passionate about, and you know, we're all kind of getting sucked into that way of thinking over the last few years. So it's, you know, it's really good. And then you add in someone like Roundy, who's obviously does a great job with the Movember charity and the work he does. He's off at the moment doing a presentation to a business, I think, somewhere today, and you know, gets around and you know, does a great job with that. So can only do good things, eh?
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about, especially how both Bully and Roundy approach it, because Roundy even mentioned it at the quiz night last night as well, is, you know, you don't have to do these big grand things either. It's just flicking those messages to mates that you haven't heard from for a while or haven't seen out for a while. Like I even got a message from Bully this morning, basically just saying thanks for being able to donate an item to the auction last night. Hope you had a good night. Just little things like that, just to help people keep up on it as well. But sure, I do believe that BK was one of the humans that did fill out the form prior to play today. We did go through some of them yesterday.
I did go home and just have a little listen to the commentary last night and on the YouTube clips, and because I hadn't had an opportunity yesterday, it was some good chat there. And
don't worry, BK,
I know you guys
were
were impressed about my choice of nickname that I put across, and
well, again, yeah, I do believe.
Do you want me to walk you through why my nickname is BK? Oh, okay.
Was it a self-given nickname?
say, really. I think just everyone's always calling me BK, and I mean, I've had a few. Everyone's got a few, right?
Well, you feel free to elaborate, because so far we've got one, and I'll be honest with you, it's not exactly the most interesting story.
No, it's not. Yeah, that's why I gave it to you. Oh, geez, what have I had? Dover.
Dover?
Yeah, that was.
As
I
in
think that would have
cliffs
been
of Dover?
No, as in Ben Dover.
Oh, okay.
I think that was
way
from,
better.
that was from school days. That's from Hamilton Boys days, I think. Yeah, wasn't a great one. Yeah, I can't recall other ones at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure we can get
Luckily
Dover off the ground for you, BK.
No, let's just stick with BK. I like
Yeah.
BK's all good. Keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention it yesterday, and Shuey's having a bit of a giggle as well, because I don't want to say it again about who you did play your cricket for in Hamilton. It's
Yeah.
I mean, we've all had our dark days, BK, but jeez, Tech.
I'm not sure I'm understanding where you're coming from, to be honest. Yeah.
We'll just skirt around that one, eh?
I mean, there's other clubs that people hate more.
Oh, most
Sure.
definitely, but in terms of who I don't like. No.
No, the Technicals were a good bunch of lads. Yeah,
And
enjoyed playing there.
obviously, Bully, who we have already mentioned, you seem to have known him for a wee while.
Yeah, I believe, I don't know if we went to primary school together, but we certainly went to Peachgrove Intermediate together, and then through Boys High. So yeah, probably known Bully since we were about 12 or something like that, I'd say.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And I believe you played your cricket at Boys High with Bully and won Kent Curry as well.
Yep, that's correct. Yep,
Jeez.
those are the days. Yeah, some good cricketers in those times, but I wasn't one of them.
To be honest, we've all been part of a team where we're a little bit of an anchor as opposed to a sail.
Yeah, for sure.
But thinking back to those days as well, obviously we all grow up a little bit differently and such. But the inside line for Bully as a younger bloke, I'd imagine he wasn't.
Is he definitely not listening right now? Hard to say. I haven't seen him come back out. Someone just walked to the front of the.
No, I think
pavilion there.
it's definitely a Seddon boy in the corner there.
Yeah.
Don't think it's Bully. He might still be in the changing room there. Oh, somebody's walked out of the pavilion with a bat. Oh, no.
Bully was a confident lad back in those days, for sure. A good cricketer. Yeah. One of those guys you probably thought might go on and play at a decent level. Yeah. Batted and bowled and captained and just same as now really.
So he's been bossy forever.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah.
What did we have near the end of those forms that we had there?
Was there a bit
that's
of
a
a
good one.
poor intake from the boys? Was there on these forms?
Oh, a little bit, but we've got the important ones too, don't we?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But we've got one of your memorable sporting moments. 2023 Rugby World Cup quarterfinal against Ireland.
Yeah.
That would have been a hell of an atmosphere.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Something always wanted to do was go to an All Black game somewhere in Europe and didn't really. Tickets came on sale, and I think I had to get up at like 2 o'clock in the morning or something to get the, on the sale. And locked that away about 2 years in advance, and never really didn't think about a plan ahead of time around that, and kind of, a year ahead, and started thinking about what we're going to do, and actually are we going to use those tickets and go, and but yeah, ended up getting over there, and my wife and I spent a month over there, and she's got family in the UK, and spent some time with them, and but yeah, went to I think it was Namibia in Leon. For I think it was the last pool game the week before the quarterfinal. Leon's a great spot if you're ever over that way. Definitely a good spot to go and have a look at. And then the quarterfinal against Ireland was just tremendous, and the amount of Irish supporters was. I said to other people, I reckon in the crowd would have been 3/4 Irish, maybe I don't know, 40% French, and then the other 10% maybe, probably less, were Kiwis.
Yeah.
So we were kind of, I think around me would have been another 10 Kiwis, and would have been quite a few French, and the rest were Irish. And
Jeez.
and then looking down we were in one of the end stands, looking down both sides, it's just green the whole time, and so it was a pretty cool atmosphere. But there's a lot of chat at the moment about how the actual players behave and what their team's like and stuff, but the supporters are unbelievable. They were so cool. Before the game, because of course we were decked out in our All Black gear, as you do. And of course, you get people coming up and talk to you, and Irish were just so positive about the All Blacks and about New Zealand and the game coming up, and and that was the same throughout the whole game, and then afterwards as well, even walking out the gates amongst the throngs of Irish fans who were pretty quiet, but still had a good word to say about the All Blacks, and so it was really cool experience, and it's one of those ones you wouldn't forget. But still some plans, I reckon, to go. Be great to be at a Wales game. Is it Millennium Stadium there or something? Probably changed names by now, but
where it goes all silent when they take the kick.
Yeah.
Converge. Yeah, geez, that'd be a spooky sensation though, hey?
Yeah, the Irish were doing
Was
that
the
last
Irish?
week.
Oh.
But I don't know what the Welsh do, but those sorts of experiences, the national anthems of those countries, and I find those pretty cool.
Very passionate, yeah.
We're not like that over here, really, are we? We struggle to sing the first half of our anthem, and then everyone comes in for the second half. And
sometimes that tall poppy syndrome comes in too. You don't want to be the one that's singing the anthem if no one else is.
Yeah, for sure. But so that was a good experience. Loved it.
And you've even got on there as well for yourself that you've got a bit of a travel bug as well. Love travelling. Is there anywhere you've got on here that you've recently visited the Colosseum over in Rome?
Yeah.
And you wanted to see it back in its heyday, so you wanted to go back to...
That's right, yeah.
Jeez.
That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
I
the gladiators out there fighting lions and each other, and...
See, I know
it's not PC these days or anything like that,
I see people saying, like, it'd be cool to go back in those days, or people seeing, like, how things are done with things like Bridgerton, things like that. Like, I'd love to live in those times.
Is that what someone's written on their sheet? They want to go back to Bridgerton times?
Not yet. I just said seeing dinosaurs would be sick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But, there's a bit more of a class system back there as well. So it's like, if we did go back then, would it be cool to see the gladiators, or we'd be in there?
Yeah, well, that's right. Probably we'd be in there. You'd get a good view of it, though, wouldn't you?
Just like Babu getting a good view of the ball of the test match. Geez, that comes up a few references, doesn't it? Yeah. But in terms of your travel, like, is there anything that is coming up, or is there anything that wife has told you is coming up?
Yep. Yeah, she does a lot of the planning around our trips, but
they love doing that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, and that's good.
Yeah, makes it easier.
The one thing that I had planned for that last trip was we're going to the All Blacks games, and But we've got a big family trip to Thailand.
Oh, nice.
In it's less than a month now for Christmas. So all of her family kind of coming from all over. A few coming from Aussie and the UK, and meeting in Thailand, and spending I think 2.5 weeks in a few resorts up there, and then we. When they all go home, we're travelling over to Vietnam for another 10 days, and Luke and his girlfriend are coming with us there, so that'll be pretty cool. Haven't really done too much of Asia, so should be a cool experience.
Oh, absolute sucker for Asian food. It's fantastic food, Asian
We
food.
basically had banh mi for lunch
We
today,
did,
didn't we? Yeah. And I looked at that and I was like, oh, that's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah.
Oh no, that's brilliant. And obviously, like, if you could go back in time, you'd go to Rome. But is there anywhere that you have been that you're like, you know what, it would be cool to go back, or one more time wouldn't hurt?
Oh, as in these
present
times?
Days,
Present day. Vegas, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't have a great experience with Vegas. Went there a few years ago, and I got food poisoning in the hotel we were staying at on my birthday. Spent my whole birthday in Vegas in bed. I won't tell you any more details, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, BK. I was kind of hoping there's a way more dramatic story, but that is a pretty crap way to spend your birthday, especially going all that way.
So, got to look around a little bit, but definitely not as much as I wanted to do there. So definitely would want to go back there.
Nice.
Maybe not to the same hotel.
Just stay away from the chicken.
Well, that was the problem actually. Yeah, the chicken. Yeah.
But when you went over to Vegas, was that a little bit of the, I've got to tick off the bucket list of I've gone to Vegas, or was there anything in particular that took you to Vegas?
No, that was just that bucket list thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were kind of staying in around LA, and so we thought it's a trip we needed to do. So yeah, it was good. The Strip is something else. Have you guys been there?
I have not, no.
Yeah, it's interesting. Go down there at night, you just see everything you can imagine, and a lot of things you probably didn't imagine.
Well, you say that, BK, but I'm not
I mean,
sure if you're aware. You could do
your
that on
imagination?
Victoria Street as well,
Yeah.
in Hamilton. Save a few grand in travel.
We're probably thinking about different things there, but yeah. No, it was interesting. Definitely an interesting experience. So yeah, I'd want to go back and do again.
Oh, nice.
Sure.
I know. Well, as our viewers can possibly see, the rain is now starting to set in again, which is the rain that was supposed to be here about half an hour ago. So
it's pushing on in the day, isn't it? It's nearly 3 o'clock.
it is.
So now you start wondering whether we're actually going to get some play.
Yeah. It's not looking likely, as this rain was supposed to be here half an hour ago and finish about now. So could be a very late day out here for the test. But BK, mate, I do appreciate you making the Hikoi across from the PAV for a chat. Like I said, we've still got a few days, so may not be the only interview that you do sit through. Who knows, at some point someone's going to interview us, shall we? Jeez, my God, sit on the other side of the mics. No, appreciate it, BK.
No worries.
And appreciate the viewers joining us for a couple more interviews there. We might go another short break, shall we? So we don't have to try talk about the covers just sitting out on a pitch for another 20-25 minutes. So we'll see you all very shortly. We might go another short break, shall we? So we don't have to try talk about the covers just sitting out on a pitch for another 20-25 minutes. So we'll see you all very shortly.
Hello team. Wow, that was a big strong gust of wind, but we have some good news. Play will resume at 4 p.m. today. The Cubs are off. The outfield was a little bit wet, but I think it'll dry out quite fast in this breeze. Very strong breeze, is it? And it is quite cold.
Unfortunately, Shuey and I are in a quite shaded part, so camera can show you some beautiful sun out there, but we are a little bit chilly already. But hopefully if that wind dies down a little bit, it won't be as bad for us, but that wind should be helping dry out that outfield. As you can possibly see on the, or possibly could have seen on the left hand side there, the Movember batters warming up again in the nets there, getting a couple of throwdowns, helping them get their eye in, as well as hopefully even just burning off a little bit of that awesome lunch that we did have a wee while ago as well. I do believe that is Craig Bullock out on the boundary there. I think the technical term is working from home. I imagine that there is quite a few cricketers absolutely chomping at the bit to finally get back out there again after what has been a very, very long delay to the start of the day. An initial kickoff time of 11 o'clock this morning, which is now unfortunately gone to 4 o'clock, so only a 5-hour delay. We've had worse delays in an airport.
You're not wrong.
Team Movember, quite a few boys out giving the lads throwdowns. Looks like there's more Movember boys out and about than there are Seddon.
They're just starting to emerge now from the stream, aren't they?
Can only imagine that team talk from Captain Fenwick would at least start off with who owes him what from the card games that have been going on over the last few hours. So as much as that heavy rain had been coming through the day for us here in Kirikiriroa and Hamilton, those clouds are now long gone. You can see them disappearing over the top of the screen there, which is fantastic news. Nothing but sunshine, I believe, until the end of day's play. I'm sure Shuey will let me know that I've just cursed it and that there should be some more rain coming now, but I'm going to back my call.
Looking at the rain radar, it looks much better.
So Shuey, Movember 11 resuming today, 152 for 8 after 66. I'm sure a bit of inside information that Seddon Cricket Club would have loved to have heard is the directive from Captain Cole was to basically still be batting tomorrow.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit of that is mind games. I don't know how many more runs we will get through in these last few hours of play, just the 1 2-hour block of play left for the day.
I think it might be a 2.5.
2.5 even?
Yeah, so we're looking to go through till 6:30.
Jeez.
With just the one drinks break, so we can keep batting for that period of time. That will definitely put more miles on the legs, won't it?
Definitely will. I think that's part of almost the tactic within test matches as well, is that obviously you've got the scoreboard pressure of the runs are on the board, but it's a bit of a mental battle of having to be out in the field for, in terms of days play, 2 full days in the field, to then come out and be like, it started day 3 and we haven't had a bat yet. It's not ideal.
You are correct, Carl. It is a staying day for a game of cricket. It was not this morning though, and into the afternoon. So it's going to be pretty tough, I think, running up into that wind from the far end.
Yeah, I think It may play very well into Stifler's hands there.
Stifler, yes.
Bowling from the far end into a very stiff breeze.
Do we need to explain that to some people who may have missed our interview earlier today?
I almost don't want
You wanna leave
to,
it?
yeah,
Okay.
because then if we do have people wanting to come back to either know what had happened or to actually figure out what has happened as well, just means we may have to get young Stifler back onto the mic to go through that story again, which is a hell of a story, and for one of the first nicknames that he's been given from cricket, it was a bloody good call.
It's unbeatable, really. I think. Yeah.
Usually we're not that imaginative with the first ones. Usually it's just a EY on the end or a O, something like that.
Yep.
His teammates out on Waiuku have done him proud.
They have. Just confirming the names of the ends that we have at our pitch here. Hikanui, I think, is the road down there. Would that be correct?
I am struggling to see where you're looking at currently on there.
Just there.
Hokanui Road.
And then we have the school end, very original.
School end,
'cause
yeah.
That's where the school is actually.
Well, I mean,
based.
we could, if we wanted to, we could zoom out slightly, because I feel if we go out a little bit further, a little bit more.
River end?
Yeah, we could say one's the river end.
Well, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Or that could even be the Seddon Park end. Seddon Park's a little bit further away, but
Yeah, no. The zoo end? That's kind of.
oh, we could go. Yeah, it could be the zoo end
Yeah, I think we'll
instead
say
of the school end.
School end, maybe?
Yeah, maybe leave the school end. School end and Hokanui Road end.
Hikanui Road. Sounds good.
Good to get clarification on that.
It's got a comment there from Carl. Was it Stifler that crashed into the fence? Well, I didn't see anyone crash into any fences, but we were away from the commentary box at the time.
Yeah, I don't see any damage into the fence down the far end
Are we
there.
talking? Just want to clarify what fence you're talking about, Carl. Is the far one, as you can see on the stream now, the sort of black pool fence type, if you like, or was it a fence somewhere else?
Or is it a movie reference that neither of us have got?
Possibly.
So many questions. Oh, there's a bit of a sight to behold out in the Seddon Cricket Club fielding drill with one Colin Hickey taking the baseball mitt. Oh, looking very athletic. I believe he was out doing some work with the cows a little bit earlier today, making use of that rain break for him. See now, there's some.
Not so good on the low ones.
Yeah, there's some not so nice throws that are coming
Long
back
way
into
to-
Hickey.
long way to go down.
Yeah. Someone's decided that for a man that's at 6'3", he should be picking the ball up at his feet. Dan Fenwick resets the standard for the long throws.
Same time. How's that?
We've also just been trying to keep up with the other, shall we say, slightly important. It's not as important as what this game is, but the other game that is happening down at Seddon Park between the Northern Knights and the Auckland Aces. The Northern Districts men have also gone off for play. They're also to resume at 4 o'clock, but fortunately you found the right stream to get to the priority match.
Yeah, Northern
Do
are
they have
currently-
commentary on this?
No, they do not have commentary on New Zealand cricket stream. No. So
All the more reason to stay on the stream that we're on here too.
precisely.
But I do think you did make a great call in between the rain delay there, Shuey, and that the show needs a name.
It does. Maybe we can take some direction from
yeah.
some of our listeners.
It could be.
The white picket fence. Oh, sorry. Just going back to the fence. So Gal said the white picket fence closer to you. She got the lean on, but bounced back nicely.
Oh.
As in the white picket fences on the boundary.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Seems like somebody had a bit of a whoopsie. Yeah, well.
How do you, what kind of car was it? Are we talking? Was it a truck?
I don't know, because we do have some student buildings just around to our right here, and I have seen a few vans going back and forth.
Yeah, some tradies going back.
Pretty tight corner here.
There was an ITM truck delivering some stuff just before as well, so maybe it was the truck. Need some clarification on that one.
And also, listeners, if you do have any names for the show, the commentary show, you're more than welcome to send them through.
Appreciate that comment there, Carl. We're 100% better than the Plunkett Shield commentary.
I feel it's a slightly backhanded compliment there,
So.
yeah, Shuey, as we do recall from our high school years of bedmass as well.
Can you get 100% of nothing?
Yeah,
Zero?
if you times anything by 0, it's still 0. So I do appreciate the sentiment, Carl, but in terms of mathematics, I don't think you've done us a favour there. As we see some, shall we say, some slightly lethargic looking fielding from Seddon Cricket Club currently, trying to work off lunch and actually get back into the playing cricket mood as well. Movember batters already set, and it looks like we've got Jimmy getting a couple of throwdowns in the nets as well. They're the next man to come in. Beautiful thing about Jimmy is that the wizard did help him find the middle of his bat very early today, and still has a rather large lump on his shin as proof. Jeez, it's looking a little bit lethargic, a little bit slow for Seddon currently, but again, that is why you do the warm-up. You get through the warm-up so that you don't have these mistakes and everything is a bit more polished for when you are out in the field. We did also get some feedback whilst in the changing rooms on the commentary from one Craig Bully Bullock, who decided to continue the conversation on who requested or who was just told to open the batting in that first test match. I've got to back BK there. It definitely sounds like something Bully would do.
It's fair to say that he was quite animated in his discussion, wasn't he?
He very much so was, yeah.
I thought he was a bit angry,
Yeah,
actually.
angry probably might be a better description, but yeah, he was. He even made the comment about this is the last test match you're going to be playing there, BK. So
He did say
it
that.
was a bit rough, wasn't it? Just note to self: don't piss off the captain.
To be fair, he's laid up, not been able to play cricket, so he's going to be
he's
angry
probably,
man,
he will
isn't
be.
he?
Yeah, you're right. He is a bit angry, and there's a massive FOMO on the first day. I think.
Yeah,
He's pretty
I'd
upset.
imagine that's a lot of what's come out of the response there is just that, unfortunately, the inability to be part of the playing team as the gazebo tries to take us out again with another strong wind gust.
Might have to.
Get it around the other way or not?
It doesn't stick.
Turn them both. Yeah. Alrighty, fans, as we see, the Movember batters have already reached the crease and Seddon Cricket Club make their way out to the middle. We've just made a slight adjustment to the gazebo to attempt to make it slightly less deadly for any wind gusts for Shuey and myself. Big thanks to BK for giving a hand as well. And as mentioned at the very start of play today as well, we do not have we weren't fortunate enough to have the services of the plank today. So we do have player umpires, and I do believe we have Captain Colin Shaw out there, and I can't quite tell who that is, adjusting the stumps. Oh, I think it is young Chip who has been quite possibly voluntold that he's going to be doing some umpiring.
Now Carl has made another comment about would be good to see some Movember 11 warming up with some leaves.
I don't know if these drug-related puns should be allowed within here.
Yeah, wow. So let's hopefully they leave it better than some others in our team have in this innings, eh?
One would hope so. Some of our team members do not differentiate between a successful leave and something that couldn't have been stopped from the ball of the test match either. Looks like it is a young Hemant Akula to come steaming in again from what end did we decide to call it? The zoo end.
Zoo end?
From the zoo end, from the Hamilton Zoo end.
School, zoo, same.
Yeah. And the zoo's kind of within the end, just a little bit further over, past the river even. Yeah. Is it Mr. Sheriff himself on strike?
It does look like it is the Sheriff that will be facing with Regan at the non-strikers.
So, yeah, Movember resuming 152 for 8. Not a great start, was it?
It was not. As we have also seen on the ACC socials, fortunately G-Lane has decided to wear the curse.
He's owned it quite well.
He has decided to actually own it as opposed to try and tell everyone that it does not exist. And yeah, unfortunately, with having fallen to the curse, it was not the start that Movember was after. However, there were some very good partnerships yesterday, and Seddon just happened to have that knack of getting a breakthrough just as that partnership was getting set.
I must admit, Mr. Fenwick with his bowling put in some good plans, and they had some good change-ups. They were thinking about the game, not just letting it flow or meander along, as people like to call it, right? So it was really good, well executed.
To be fair, you could say that he is using the resources that he has at his disposal well. If you've got somebody that can charge in for 18 overs to then come back and do it tomorrow, why not?
Obviously a slight delay here, as you can see, having some issues with the stumps and the
bales.
And the bales.
Yep.
Down the far end there.
I too had that same issue with those stumps and the bales staying on there yesterday as well.
I feel like we're going to have some issues with the wind blowing the bales off as well.
I would also like to think that that could have been an issue with leaving the ball of the test match, but I digress. I think we may just leave it to giving Hemant the win on that one and let him have the ball of the test match.
How long till becomes the ball of the century?
We've just had a great question in from BK of how long will it take for that ball to become ball of the century. It can be dependent on Cole's bowling lineup, I believe, because there has been one Luke Wright been talking a copious amount of his bowling abilities. So it may be a fight between me describing the ball of the test match / century and Luke telling everyone that it's going to be him bowling the ball of the test match / century.
Alright, we're underway.
Captain Cole, player umpire, has told him that you are free to try remove the Sheriff. And the Sheriff has gone, you know what, give me another minute, I am in control here. Bit of gamesmanship from the Sheriff as Hemant charges in for the first ball of day 2. And it's well kept out by the Sheriff.
Full bunger.
Mm.
A little bit of shape in the air there. This wind is very strong, so I would imagine there will be a bit of movement in the air.
You can even see, based off the players' shirts there, possibly not so much Regan and the Sheriffs, as those are muscle fit shirts.
What are you implying there?
They're muscle fit shirts that those blokes have on. As Samantha comes in again.
Well left, that was.
That was a good leave.
Just remembered I should score as well, eh?
That could be an idea, Shuey. Could be an idea to help keep everyone updated of what's happening.
I was having too much fun giving you shit, to be fair.
Oh, there's some cold looking bodies out in that Seddon field as Samantha comes in again. And first run of day 2 comes off the bat of the Sheriff. Or just squirts out to square leg there for a single. Very attacking looking field here from Seddon Cricket Club. Probably a really good idea, to be honest. No one's exactly sure how that pitch is going to play after sitting under the Hessian, just baking for a bit and sweating. As Regan just pushes that one away from the body. I am also probably about to jinx it, but once we did make those changes, once we made those changes to the side of the gazebo, the wind has gone.
It has.
Yeah.
Wow, this way it has, hasn't it?
Yeah. Jeez, I almost got hit by my co-commentators just by saying I was about to jinx something. Yes,
There is a bit of a backwards step first up there, isn't there?
He does seem to want to give himself a little bit of room, but he's the Seddon gazebo out on our left hand side has given up the ghost.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
Looks like one of the poles is just bent. Samantha comes charging it again.
Oh no!
Oh, Regan looks like he's gone straight up,
and that is out.
And unfortunately, the first wicket of the day has also fallen, with Regan falling to a short ball that has just gone straight up to a caught behind catch. Not the start that Movember we're after, Shuey.
No, definitely not. First over of the day, losing the wicket already.
And possibly very close to the perfect start that Seddon we're after. It does bring it to the crease, Jimmy.
It does.
Jimmy Scott, and I do believe this is also his debut for Movember. As a rinse and repeat of some other players that we've had during this test match from the Ocean Beach Cricket Club. Fortunately, with that being the end of the over, we will have the Sheriff on strike.
Got from the Kanui Road end, Mr. Single again. Some outstanding figures in the first day's play. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 5. That is outstanding.
It's not a bad day's work, that.
Yeah.
And I also do apologise to any locals for me calling it the Davies Road end for the last day and a bit. We have since done a bit of topography and geography and found it's the Hukanui Road end.
Oh, that's...
And the Sheriff has been fired. First ball.
Wow.
Oh, he does not look happy. He feels that he's hit that. But that has brought to an end the Movember innings after 1 over and 1 ball of the match. Of the innings. So, that will be a bit of a break from Shuey and myself as we then start to prepare to go out into the field.
Yeah. Unsure if we'll have any commentary. Unsure if we'll have any scoring, to be fair. So we'll have to work that one out. But we will come back to you on that one.
Yeah.
Very disappointing way to end the innings, I think it was.
But feel free to keep watching. Feel free to keep sending the questions and comments through as well. We will field to them when we do get back on the mics as well. But you will see some movement out here very shortly.
2 wickets.
Reels got one ready, tried to pull it, popped straight up from keeper.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one was giving out one running to
Who was the umpire? The umpire?
Chip.
Nah,
the outfield. There's enough rain for the outfield to be dead.
Yeah. What does the sky look like, Fenwick? Good to go for 2 hours? Yeah, that's going to go that way. Let's get out of here. we good to go? Yeah, well, this is exciting, this warm-up. We thought we were in for a long afternoon of play, and welcome to the microphone, Colin Hickey.
Introduce yourself, mate.
I'll actually introduce myself. So, yes, exciting to be here on another test. But I do share the ACC's thoughts and feelings that maybe Hamilton is not test match venue for the future. Although it is the city of the future, it's probably not test match venue. But hey, there's two ways to make a test go 5 days, isn't there? There's an opportunity to bat it out and or have rain delays.
Yeah,
and I think, to be fair, rain delays is the only way the Movember test will last 5 days. So here we are. So welcome back. We're into it. And well, when I say into it, we're not actually batting first, but we've got a couple of new operators on the we've got Finn Williams on the computer doing the tech. We've kind of been left high and dry, but IT, you're over here, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving them a quick crash course, and I very appreciate you guys stepping up, manning the fort while I'm going to be out in the field.
This is yeah, well, that's I just said I've been on the phone to the lawyer. We've been negotiating that, and we'll just forward the invoice. But it doesn't do much for, Movember's all about men's mental health, and being chucked in the deep end here is certainly building our resilience, isn't it? So I'm hoping the listeners and viewers can bear with us while we plough through this option. So anyway, IT, you're out there, you're excited. This is the first opportunity for the Movember boys to field.
Yeah, I got 1 minute before I'm going to go and warm up because my legs are quite tight, to be fair. Yeah, not as young as I used to be.
Yeah.
So I should be coming in second over from the far end.
You've been given the call that you're bowling?
I have.
Yeah.
So opening up, so trucking into the wind.
Into the wind, yeah.
Yep, have done it on occasion. So.
And into the wind would be favourable for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would help the old outswingers a little bit.
And have you viewed as I watch someone on spikes run diagonally across the length, but lovely. You had a look at the deck with the covers off?
Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as on day one.
Yeah.
There hasn't been too much cricket played today, obviously, so I think it's still going to get worse, isn't it? So I think this might be a good. I'd say this would be one of the best opportunities for batting to get a big score.
Well,
obviously it's not what I'm hoping for, but I think this is probably the best option. I think batting fourth is going to be very difficult. I think it's going to start taking some turn.
Yeah, well, it's exciting. It's exciting. So we anticipate we're going to get a couple of hours of play in. Hopefully 30 overs. You reckon we'd get through 30 overs?
Yeah, should do it.
Hour and a half.
And what's your prediction for how we're going to end the session?
End the session?
Yeah.
Probably ideally for us, it might be 4 wickets down.
Okay, so you'll be like 12 for 3 after.
80 for 4 probably is a bit of a good result for the Movember side, I think.
12 for 3 after 13 overs. Would that be your numbers?
12 for 3. Wow, that'd be great, wouldn't it? We'll take that in there of the week.
No, mate, this is your platform, so you've got to be able to talk yourself up. Because there's plenty of people that like to run you down in the world. So take the opportunity while you own the mic.
Right. Well, I won't do that. I'll let you guys do that for me. So I'm going to run out and try and stretch a bit. So,
yeah, don't take off too fast.
No.
I don't want you to blow a hammy.
No, appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you shortly.
Hey, good luck, and just be mindful. Do you need your sunnies while you're out there?
Yeah,
so have fun, enjoy. There he goes. There he goes. The sound of spikes on concrete, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an athlete sound, that is, isn't it?
Just lovely.
As we watch them run away, that's an athlete build right there. If I've seen it.
If I didn't know better, I'd think that was a gazelle. The way he just pranced across that gravel driveway.
I'd say they're all the package gazelles, aren't they, really?
Yeah, they are.
Top tier athletes, they are.
They certainly are. They certainly are. Very much like the Springbok. the gazelle, isn't it?
Yeah.
So no, this is magnificent. So the Movember boys have almost completed their. Well, we're talking on the delay, so they're just finishing up their warm-up.
Yeah, warm-up ritual.
And are we live on this? We're a minute and a half. Oh, there we go. There we go. So the boys are leaving the field. Go and get a drink, and hopefully they get some sunscreen on because the sun has come out. But the wind, if I was their mother, I'd be concerned about the wind.
Yeah, I would be as well.
Windburn can be just as aggressive as sunburn. So as they head off, they'll get their drinks, they'll tighten their sprigs for the last time, and probably apply a considerable amount of deep heat.
Deep heat, and I'd say there'd be an honourable pep talk happening in there right now.
Yes, yes.
Just about how they want to play out the afternoon, but
Colin Shaw will have some profound words to impart on the team.
Yeah.
He's been looking forward to captaining the fielding team for quite some time, and he's getting his chance. So we'll see the middle of the man. He's got a wealth of experience with cricket, and so pretty excited to let me know that he was a Test captain.
Oh, was he?
He is.
Oh.
And he likes to rub it in his sons' faces that no matter how good they think they are,
Never going to beat a Test captain.
he's neither of them have been a Test captain. So there we go. So it's good times. It's good. We are moments away. The time. So we've got 6 minutes.
Now, we've just had a question pop up here on the computer from a Nathan Kane. Finn, have they lost fair in you as the Night's Watchman? Well,
I don't think they actually had it. To be
no,
fair.
I don't think
So you
they've
can't
actually
look-
had it. But I think my batting prowess is just a little bit too much to handle in the first couple of days, I think.
Yeah, obviously the warrants are running a bit slow this afternoon. That
Yeah.
Nathan's been able to tune in, and but yeah, no, you've actually got to have something to lose.
Yeah.
So no, they never had faith in you to start with. So,
No.
but that's all right. That's all right. You got plenty of opportunity. You'll probably get up early, further up in the order in the next innings. So that's exciting. And have you taken leave, or you've just called in sick?
Yeah, no, I have taken leave.
Yeah, well, that's done. You've done it
Leave
right.
in advance, yeah, I have.
Yeah, you've done it right then. That's good to hear. It's important that you do your paperwork.
Left them in dire times, as you would say.
Well,
So-
yeah, it's a pre-Christmas rush, really, isn't it? So everyone starts to panic. Want a warrant of fitness on the caravan.
Yeah.
Always needs a new tyre, eh?
Every new
caravan
tyres,
needs
new
a new
this, new
tyre.
that, and
yeah. I'm hearing you. So, well, that's all right. Hopefully he's a capable man. He'll be able to pick up the slack. But
Yeah, you pick up the slack for a couple of hours, but then he'll need his midday nap, the beauty sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Just to really push him through to 5 o'clock,
Oh yeah, I hear you. But you'd be a heavy lifter in the team. So without you, I could imagine that it would be tough. But
Yeah.
but that's all right.
You're missing a lot of comedy in the workshop now.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Should we plant some back into it from here?
Yeah, we could do. I do have to say, I'm missing a bit of the bald head, the solar beam coming in.
Yeah.
Just through the workshop doors. Makes the environment a little bit warmer,
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. I do appreciate a man with no hair. Has been follically challenged myself, so.
Are you also a very, very good Katy Perry singer? Old Nathan Kane.
Is he?
Yeah, on
Is
the
he?
radio. Yeah.
Hey, see you.
White girl music, as the young guns would call it nowadays.
It's magnificent. That's magnificent. It's, it just shows a man's ability to have self-confidence in his own masculinity, to be able to belt out a Katy Perry tune and without shame. That's magnificent. I try and belt out some tunes that highly embarrass my children. It's such
You're
a
probably
good
a
time.
bit of a country person, are you?
Well, actually, my children are. We all probably are. I just listen to the radio and whatever comes on, and so milking the cows in the morning. We get a few tunes coming on. So
The national radio.
you would like to listen to national radio. I like to be well informed, and yeah, it goes well. It goes well. Keep up to date with current events. Don't really have time to stop and read the newspaper anymore, so radio is a good way to keep up to speed with current events.
Radio's always good. Now, I have just seen the fielding team slowly start making their way out of the changing room over here. Looks like
we got
might
one
be about
umpire.
to start play.
One umpire, Ben Strang, on the field. He'll come into shot in a minute. So this is very exciting. This is very exciting. Quite a blustery breeze from the camera, looking down towards the road.
Is that also Kent Curry coming out to umpire now as well, is it?
That is correct. That is correct. So
now, I have heard rumours that there might be a couple of dodgy decisions that Kent Curry's given out of his life.
Never a dodgy decision. That man doesn't give dodgy decisions, but I tell you what, he can keep a batting order rolling.
Yeah.
And that's good, because it's all about the cricket.
There for a good time, not a long time.
And if someone seems to be hogging the limelight, he's always quite keen to see that changed up. So yes, no, he's a top man. He does a lot for cricket, and to be fair, as a Chiefs Development Officer, he does a lot for rugby as well. So if anyone out there has got some talented 16 to 18-year-olds coming through the ranks in the rugby fraternity, reach out to Kent Curry. He'll be more than willing to help. So this is exciting times. The two batsmen have just had a conversation, and they will come in. So with this, it's going to take a bit of getting used to this. I'm watching it live and trying to deal with the delay. So I'm just going to have to start focusing on the delayed.
There you go, mate.
Yeah, that's
No
much
delay
better.
there.
And we'll go from there. So any moment now we get into it. So we're going to bowl from the road end here at St Paul's Collegiate in Hamilton. The second innings. It's great to be underway, actually. I was genuinely concerned a couple of hours ago that we wouldn't see play. We shot over to Seddon Park to try and get the tuk-tuk going and get it back here, and they were putting the covers out, so they were rain delayed there. So we're not the only cricket game to be rain affected today. So it's very exciting. It's very exciting. End. Oh, he must see. That's he was quite relaxed when he was sitting here because he thought he was doing the second over, but he's
he seems to be opening now. So a lot of faith in the man, the IT man.
Mate, he's a man of many talents. Here we are in front of his fantastic work and effort in setting this broadcasting operation up. So yes, quite right. So here we go. We've got the batters ready to roll. First ball, and played through.
Just a bit of a breeze coming through.
Yeah, it's he's tied it up, which is good. We're under a little gazebo on the corner of the building, and I don't entirely feel safe as the second ball comes through.
Now, you've probably got a lot of experience batting with Jason Hussey or watching him bat. Now, what would you say his batting proficiencies would be out here today?
Hussey has a good ability to put the ball around the park, if he wants to, he can be a bit of a hammer. So let's see him get his eye in. They'll all be. They're all still trying to just readjust their mindset to test cricket, knowing that they don't have to rush out and score runs immediately off the bat. So yeah, it's exciting times as a cricketer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
to have that
kind of cool
opportunity.
cricket, really. So
So yeah, I've as he blocks the ball. So yes, Logan Brown slowly bringing the ball towards the stumps.
yeah, it's not coming down at a awfully quick pace now. I wouldn't say it's slow.
I tell you what, if the wind wasn't here, he'd be whipping it down.
He would be playing at Seddon Park.
Oh, see, told you he's moving it. He's getting the range right. It's just as it's come down the right hand side of the stump. So into the over. Have you been clicking the shots?
Yeah.
You look at you go. Like
I'm
you
set.
like the Phantom. You're doing it without even me knowing. So that was good.
Made him to start things.
Well, exactly. I was about to say no wicket. So you're quite right.
I think Hussey got ball and bat 5 of the 6 balls there, so he'll be enjoying himself, I think.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, you're going to have to help me out on names here, because unfortunately I do not know all of the names, but we've got Wright coming in from the school end here, and it seems to me that the covers have just blown onto the pitch.
Your old man's just chimed in with a text here. He obviously is more proficient with the text machine than he is with going online. But Mum's coming too. She's chiming in. Here we go. It's starting to light up here.
Prefer Finn to be asking the questions opposed to answering them.
Yeah,
well, a man of many talents, as one would say, but
to be fair, Mum, I know nothing about cricket, so that's why I'm asking the questions to try and powder this out a bit more. But thanks for that.
We're here just to bring the vibes up, as one would say, Colin.
That's right. That's right. So
we're here to keep this interesting test match even more interesting.
Yeah, that's right. This comes in, strong arm, yeah, straight through. Oh, that's a lovely cricket stroke through for
single.
What I'm going to say is the first run.
First runs in the innings. Off the first ball.
Yes, so Seddon are off on their Movember 24 campaign with 1 run. So that's good. So question from your dad, actually. Obviously is clearly aware that I'm a dairy farmer, but do I think the lack of cricket on the radio has been to the detriment of dairy production in the last 10 years? Well, I do have fond memories of milking the cows in the afternoon, hot summer's day, listening to Wads just wax lyrical, and Jeremy just talking around cricket, and it was poetry, actually.
Poetry. Time of your life, would you say?
Well, I was milking the cows, so I'm not going to quite push the boat out
more of a midlife crisis.
Well, actually, as your mum and dad will know, that I was like 12 when they were on the radio. So no, it was lovely. They were great. They were great times, and yes, that's right. For your clever ones, you worked out I was milking the cows at 12 years old. It was slave labour. Wasn't an issue back then, but but that's all right. Too late to litigate that with my father now. But here we come in. So facing is Nitin. So Nitin has been a long time member of Seddon. This is his first opportunity to get out there with with the colours on, so it's very exciting.
I think I'll be happy to get off the mark straight away as well now.
Oh,
Off that dreaded 0.
100%, 100%.
As we see another single come through.
Yes, so this is good. This is good from both teams. So Luke at this end, obviously for the Movember supporters, you'll understand these are the Brown brothers, not brothers, but brothers from another mother. So here he goes. Oh, he's trying to change up the field a bit. He's anticipating that would be a sweep, wouldn't it? That Hussey would have to do to get down to that.
A sweep or a glance off the pad, so maybe he's trying to bowl a little bit straighter here, we'll see.
It's fantastic.
As Hussey has just guided that one through the slips, off the edge of the bat, as one would say. A very classy shot, if I do say so myself.
See that? See Luke. You think Luke was playing mind games there? So he moved the man on the offside, and then bowled on the onside.
I'd say that was also his plan, but I'm not 100% sure he's got full control over that ball.
I
But they
challenge you
are
on that.
athletes.
They are
right?
athletes,
So
and they know their cricket, and so.
I'd say that was his plan there, and it almost worked out.
Yeah.
Worked out.
Well, yeah, that's right. If it wasn't for the quick running, it probably could have worked out. But no, it's great to see. Great to see. So Logan Brown coming in for a second over.
Apparently, the whole family has decided to show up in the chat now, and we've got George, my younger brother, saying that I should
George.
get off the mic.
Oh well.
It's not great for the mental fortitude.
Oh, I tell you what, jealousy will get them nowhere.
Yeah.
You've just got to understand that younger brother, you say?
Yeah, younger brother.
Yeah, you see, so he's just got a bit of age envy and
Bit of age envy, and he's just jealous that can't really live up to his older brother, you know.
Mate, I'm a younger brother, and I know what it's like. You're always living in the shadow, and now that you're a broadcasting sensation, that shadow's just been cast a little bit further
away from him.
So I can understand how he wants to get you off the airwaves as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to you. I've lost the chat on the side, so I can. There we go. What's with his? What's with his
name?
Code name? Like,
Geo on McD's Wi-Fi.
yeah.
You can only assume he's a young bloke.
I reckon he's literally down at somewhere.
At McDonald's.
Scabbing off their free Wi-Fi whilst buying nothing. Maybe a blackcurrant juice.
A blackcurrant juice and
A
kids menu with the little apple pack?
Nah, he wouldn't have gone with the Happy Meal because it'd be a waste of money with the toy. I reckon he's just gone straight in with a juice.
Straight in with the juice. Just the juice.
Yeah. Right, Movember boys just starting to chat up, which is good. It's good. Get a bit of energy going.
Nate Kane back in there. George once again with the low blow.
Yeah, thanks Nathan for backing us up, mate. Yeah, that's right. I actually have just got a little bit peckish all of a sudden. Should we Uber in some nuggets?
So Uber in some nuggets.
Actually, Nathan, could you Uber us in some nuggets? So we're at the front field of St Paul's Collegiate. So Uber would know where to come. Big, magnificent. What would you do? You could do a 10-pack, wouldn't you?
I could finish a 20-pack comfortably. I have been known to be quite the eater.
Okay, well maybe we could get 30 nuggets sent on, Nathan. We'd appreciate that. Sweet and sour is my
Sweet and
favourite
sour.
sauce.
Oh,
Yeah, sweet
the
and sour.
temptation's there now, isn't it?
Actually, I'm just hopefully that Uber arrives soon and we can keep going. But I am concerned out of the corner of my eye that the covers have blown onto the.
I'm just waiting to see who's going to notice it first, because we've picked it up. But
Yeah, but, Colin Shaw's just focusing on getting the fundamentals right as Luke comes in. Oh, right, that's outstanding. That's outstanding call.
quite the appeal.
Right, we need to hit replay on that, and quite possibly a slow-mo replay. That's fantastic. There's a massive appeal.
Massive appeal, but Strangy has been unfazed there.
Yeah, mate. He's a man that is
Tough man to buy, I hear.
He can handle his own under a bit of pressure as Luke shakes his head walking past him, and you know that as a dad, he's got that look down pat now. You know that you probably haven't experienced, but your younger brothers probably have. You know that just look of disappointment from your father.
Yeah, no, I can't say my father's ever been disappointed in me. You know, just I am the middle child, which.
There you go. You're in the safety zone.
Safety zone where nobody really cares what you do a whole lot.
No,
So-
and the older brothers lowered the expectations sufficiently that you can just swan on through. And yeah, I'm hearing you as Luke turns.
We've just got Nate Kane in the chat again, saying that he can't even pack his own lunch, let alone work Uber Eats.
Yeah, or a spell check, just quietly. Let that not go unnoticed.
He has been known to be a little bit blind every now and then, so.
Mate, it's what I would expect from a Warren Fitness mechanic.
Yeah. $20. That's
South
$20
Au-
on
South
the exhaust
Auckland.
I've heard. So.
South Auckland, Warren Fitness mechanic.
Yeah.
No, can't go wrong with that. But hey, stay tuned, Nathan. This is great chat. We really appreciate it. Luke is walking back for the next one, and
Hussey's turning around the corner for another single.
comes in. Yeah, set it down there and gets through for one. That's great. And gets it
He
away.
does seem to be getting it down there quite fast.
Yeah, well, I reckon this is a 100km/h wind, so he doesn't
Got
have
the wind backing him, you reckon?
He doesn't have to release it all that hard to whip it down, and I'll tell you what, the most energy expended would be walking back into the wind.
Walking back in,
back
yeah.
to his starting position. So he keeps combing his forehead as though it's not going to just get blown back into place. So
Hussey just turns it around the corner once again for another single there. They've been full over that one.
that had everything in it, and that's good. Yeah, these batsmen are just starting to feel the groove, and as we all know, when they start to relax a bit, that's when things can happen, for better or for worse. But that was a good, that was a good over. Luke was putting the ball down there nicely, and you know a bowler's bowling well when the batters can actually use it.
Yeah.
So that's
having to play at everything, which
Yeah.
I think as a bowler is what you really want with the new ball starting off.
Yeah.
Fresh batsman, you want them to play on every ball, not getting them any easy ones outside off just to leave. So.
Correct. So. Alright, so we've got Logan Brown coming in from the road end.
lovely shot by Hussey for 1. And that ends Logan's streak of dots. 12 dots on his trot.
Oh, that's magnificent. Magnificent.
Now that's what you'd expect from an athlete.
Yeah, I think the dot ball is underrated. My opinion, certainly not in Test match, but in general cricket, a maiden over is probably the same as a batter batting 15 runs.
Yes.
So you get 4 or 5 maiden overs. It's equivalent of a 50 from a batter, which gets celebrated all the time.
Yeah.
But the maiden overs need to be elevated up the celebration chart.
So you reckon if every maiden over from now on, we just a light round of applause for the bowler?
I think everyone that's listening and needs to acknowledge the fact that how difficult it is when batting against, it's a lovely stroke down to the boundary.
Lovely glance for 4 there from Nitin. That's the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, so it's we celebrate that, don't we? As got a boundary, got a 6, but dot balls just don't get and they
Balls
can
are what get you wickets as well.
you build pressure, you get wickets, and I want to see globally maiden overs get celebrated like 6s and like a 50.
So you want all formats or just the limited over stuff? Because I feel like in Test matches it's a little bit more common, but
it is more common. Quite right, you are, but it doesn't discount the fact.
It's still
the
amazing.
Value. If you're a batter and you're batting out 100 overs and you can get 1 ball away and over versus none. So it's a big difference. So in the longer form of the game, it possibly is even more important.
Yeah.
So
I do have to say, the umpire in Kent Curry out there is, apart from his blazer, would rather be blending in with the crowd out there, wouldn't you say?
You think he would rather blend in?
Yeah, I think so.
He's a standout kind of guy.
Stand-up kind of guy as well. He's the one we need for an interview eventually, isn't it?
No doubt he will make his way to the airwaves. So Luke, they're just there, working on the ball, trying to get some advantage for Luke. As he continually tries to
work on your balls before?
Yeah, well, it's always an easy one. I like it. The answer is no. But it is important. Ball management is extremely important, especially in inclement weather like this. And as Luke comes in, it's a lovely bowl straight down. Got it away for a easy single. So here come the boys. They've just identified the fact that the covers are out. It's only taken them
about 5 overs.
So and they run over here like there's some urgency, but
I do have to say, Jono's foot attire is quite something.
Were they pink Crocs that he was wearing?
Lime green Crocs.
Lime greens. Oh no!
Oh,
the covers.
No.
I genuinely want to go out there and help them, but no, they got under control.
We've got a job to do here, Colin.
Yeah, no,
that would be a bit much for us.
I'd love to turn the camera onto that. That is comedy gold there. 3 guys in blustery weather trying to hang on to a 3-wicket cover. It's outstanding. Yes, the Movember boys won't be happy about that drop there, Luke. Got to keep that ball dry as much as possible. And, how are the stats looking?
Stats looking, both batsmen are on 7 right now. Yeah. Nissen faced 4 more balls than Hussey, but shooting it around pretty well.
Yeah, nice. Nice. It's looking good as Luke comes in again. He's getting that arm over nicely. He's got a good rotation in that shoulder.
Now,
And,
we've
Jono,
just had Jono
Jono,
rock
come
up
on in,
to the
mate.
commentary box.
Come on in and pull up a chair. How you going?
Not bad, mate. Not bad. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the broadcast. Jono single. Which, mate, I like your work with a number 1 on the back here. Just a single.
Yeah. Yep.
For a single.
Single for single. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is magic.
Yep.
How's your test debut going?
Magnificent. Magnificent. Start day 1. Very good. Captain was generous. Gave me 9 overs into that beautiful little bit of breeze we had out there. And as a reward, he gave me the pill again this afternoon, and a couple of little wickets there to go. But most importantly, just hanging out with a good bunch of lads, really, having a good time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, it is Movember, and so you're naturally sporting the Mo, but is that a permanent fixture, or is this something new you're trying?
No, this is the 1 month a year that I can grow one and not have the missus complain. So take that opportunity. And I did get a sneaky one in there a couple of months ago.
Yeah, right.
But it didn't last too long before the.
Did she
the
complain
missus,
about that?
It was the ultimatum. Lose it or don't get any, mate.
Yeah. Oh, well, that'll teach you for trying to sneak it in. And that outswing up. Logan won't be happy with that. Has he signalled? No, he's allowed that to go through. That's good. But your choice of bowling into the wind yesterday, was that your choice? Or
well, the captain asked if I wouldn't mind doing it, and when your captain's asked, you answer the call, right? You say no, there's a good chance you don't get a bowl. So it's one of those what's it called, rhetorical questions, I think.
Yeah, there you go. Because given the fact that your mullet, you got lovely wavy hair, like I used to have, and your mullet's grown out beautifully, that running into the wind was a sight to behold. You're an absolute specimen of an athlete, and that mullet just set it off beautifully. So I think you're an into the wind kind of guy, not wind behind. FYI, so just
like a character out of Baywatch.
Bit of Mitch back in the day.
I was thinking Pamela, but
haven't quite got the chest to pull that off, but it's debatable.
I was focusing on the hair, but that's all right. My mistake there. So, and you've been happy with the captain's decisions so far?
100%. Yep. Back him all the way, Dan. Lovely man. Pink wristbands. Good call.
Yeah.
A few of us managed to pick some of them up in the $2 shop yesterday when we were just looking for a pack of cards to kill some time during the rain.
Yep.
And then of course he also instigated the pink gloves, which Finn, you'll be well aware of what those are. You've had a good mortgage. I've got them off now, but we decided the drop catch would constitute someone wearing a pair of pink gloves just to remind them and to help give them some encouragement to take the next one.
Right. So who's currently the proud owner of the pink gloves?
2 of us wearing them at the moment.
Yeah, we decided to split it up so that everyone could get a bit of a turn. So it's yourself and Sean, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. Very unlucky. I mean, you look at Finn's one. He did all the hard yards, got to his catch, and then just grew on him, and down she went. And poor Sean danced around his, and I don't even think he got a hand to it, but we judged he should have.
I genuinely thought from my angle that it was a genuine catch avoidance.
Yeah.
But equally, once the ball gets up over the building height, the wind is unpredictable. He thought he had it comfortably, didn't he? And then
He did.
it chased away on him.
Yep. Oh, shot.
So he split the field there, and they're running for two. It's fantastic.
It's been a great start for the boys, eh? We knew coming out here this evening that it was going to be a tough little session, hour and a half to bat. Yeah, they're both looking pretty good, getting the throwdowns beforehand, and they've gone out there with a bit of confidence, and it's looking pretty good start so far. Touch wood.
Yes.
Now, John, can you talk us through your wicket celebration from yesterday's bowling effort?
Yeah. So, a bit of a passionate cricketer, and very excited to be having my Test debut here. And I toiled away pretty hard into that win. She wasn't easy, and knowing BK had been batting pretty well, I was obviously a little upset. I'd got him to edge one to first slip 2 balls before that, and God bless the skipper, but he put one down. And yeah, it's just one of those moments where you've gone through the defences of someone with a very good defence, and decided to enjoy the moment. Boys were watching at home, and the first thing I got when I rang them afterwards was, Dad, what the hell was that silly dance you were doing? So, yeah, and that is a great shot. Where's this?
He pulls that away beautifully.
That is tremendous. So yeah, and I can't actually remember whether I got excited today, but I probably got excited again, and when I managed to get the call for that last wicket and snag another one, so I'll take a little 2 for on debut.
You'll accept a little bit of mocking for being able to explain that it's a Test wicket that you've taken.
Exactly. I mean, show the passion, enjoy the game.
Yeah.
Right.
You're on the score sheet for taking a Test wicket, and that's what it's all about. Yeah. As Luke comes in, he'll be that's a on the money delivery there. Smarting a bit after that 4. As a non-bowling participant in cricket, I would imagine a 4 hurts a little bit.
Especially when you're bowling downwind here, right? You've got the wind at your back. She's still
it's quite easy compared to running into the wind, isn't it?
Yep. You've got the advantage. You've got to make the most of those opportunities, and obviously spearheading the attack up the top. There's pressure on them to deliver wickets to try and get them back in the game here. So he'll be feeling that, and I think, like myself, he's a very passionate cricketer.
Just had a runaway hat on the field.
Yeah. She's still going.
Is going. Dive on. Just and he
he's
stood
put
on
the
it.
foot on it. Oh, I hope the fine master was watching that. That is. Oh no.
That was Jacob Babu just putting his spikes right through his baggie.
It's got to be Max Fines, right? We've got to be close to it.
But at least he stopped it, so they're dragging him down this end. Interesting to see if there's going to be a change in the bowling attack. Logan come down, lovely bowl.
Tell you what's good to see some blue sky after being pent up inside all day.
Yes. So, what's kept you entertained during the rain delay?
Well, we've been schooled by the Kaipeki former Kaipeki Fielder of the Year 2 years running.
Yeah.
Ryan Rhino Preston. He's been schooling a few of us in how to play 500.
Yeah.
He's also self-proclaimed Player of the Year 500 down in his Otago University days. So talked up a big storm, and I thought I was fortunate to have him as my partner. I thought, here we go, we're in here, but Dan and Stringy turned us over a couple of times. much to my surprise.
Run through. Hussey was being called through for a cheeky single there. That was well played there. Yeah, well, I watched a bit of that and then had the misfortune of being partnered with him, and I think he's a $4.99, not a $500 player, eh? Just quietly. It's just $1 short.
Has he won a game so far these past 2 days?
No, he has not. No.
But ask him tomorrow, and he will have won them all.
Yep, and still be he'll be the Seddon
reigning
Seddon club champion.
But I think we should crown him the $4.99 champion. He was custard. I did significant table talk with him.
Yes.
I had a hand of cards, the hearts and diamonds. I said to him, mate, when you're back in South Africa, will your family into the diamond mining? Right.
Yep.
And hopefully they dug them in the machine, because there's definitely not be digging them by hand. And did they enjoy it? Because
it's a big
call, and he is going up.
Raised that arm straight away, no hesitation whatsoever from Ken Curry.
Be frustrated with that. He was starting to relax and get into his groove.
Movember have the breakthrough they've been looking for, and rightfully so, pretty happy with that.
Yes, he would have been optimistic and hopeful to be the man that is the night watchman, but yeah.
Unfortunately, that dashing innings comes to an end.
It certainly does, and that walk off. But he'll be happy with that. He kicked it.
14, 15.
He did well. He did
13.
very well for himself.
It's a good knock for someone who's been out of the game for a long time.
15 years? 15 years since he last played?
Yeah.
Now, on the story of Rhino, is that him coming up to bat?
It certainly looks like the former Kaipeki Fielder of the Year coming out.
I don't think there's anyone else that matches that shape in our team, so that is definitely Rhino.
The pickets are unusually short around this ground, which makes Rhino look considerably taller than he is. And so for you watching, you'll, it is a bit of a...
I think you'll know when he stands up next to the stumps. That's the lack of.
It's more like the stumps stand up next to him. But that's all right. He's part of the team, so we'll support old $4.99 and get into it. So
he tells us he's coming off the in terms of the short form of his life. He was apparently Hamilton Last Man Stands Player of the Year last year, he tells us. I'm not sure whether that one's official or whether that's another self-proclaimed one, but he's certainly taking up those antics. But of course, Test cricket is a very different game, and
as he blocks it away,
he started well
to calm the nerves
and behind it
and end the over.
Yes, he was quick to tell us he calls in his third Test match, and tells me he has the most not outs out of anybody at Seddon. So he's pretty pleased with that. I think Strangy's got him for runs, but he'll be wanting to put on a few today and challenge Strangy for that title as well.
Yes. So what do you think Hussey and Rhino are thinking now? Are they thinking about runs, or are they just thinking about dominating the crease?
I reckon he'd just be trying to get through the day, if anything.
Yeah. I think bat partnerships. Hussey's a big one for batting partnerships.
Luke Brown comes in. Oof.
Yes.
Full toss. This is over number what for Luke?
It's the 5th over.
Yeah, nice.
Okay. As we said before, athletes out there, so they should be able to bowl 10 or 12 on the trot.
Especially coming down one.
Coming down one, especially.
Yeah, you let that one go a little bit earlier, and it.
Yes, good work from Hussey there.
Now, Jono, just a follow-up question on your choice of foot attire to this evening.
Yes. Highlighter green Crocs. So, like any good dad, this was the Father's Day present So you do have to just suck it up and enjoy what you get. You think that's bad this year on the birthday. The boys are getting a little bit older and a little bit smarter.
How old are the boys this year?
So we've just had the oldest one, Harry. He's just turned 9.
Harry, how are you?
Yep, and Brody will be 7 in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, right.
And then we've got the little terror, Jake. He's just turned 4.
Oh, good times. So, they're great ages.
Yeah, so Harry will just be finishing touch rugby now. But for the birthday, I think Nana took them shopping to go and get a couple of little presents for Dad. And the boys had great pleasure in watching me unwrap a new lunchbox for work.
Beautiful.
And it was a beautiful pink lunchbox, and on the top of it is 4 of the beautiful Disney princesses.
Ah, magic. Well played, boys. Well played.
We've just had a bit of a change of bowler halfway through the over.
We have.
Has Luke?
Luke has done an injury.
Come up injured. That is unfortunate for Luke. He was doing well, I felt.
Yeah.
So we've got Colin Shaw coming in here, haven't we?
Yeah.
Number 7. So the captain has taken it upon himself to have a wind-assisted bowl.
Yeah.
Hey?
Good skipper. Good skipper.
Clever.
Yep.
And now just
bit of discussion going on.
Having a conversation with Hussey about
what's he going to bowl? Where's he going to bowl?
What's happening? I probably struggle. Colin probably would struggle to tell him where he's going to bowl it, but look at that form.
Delivery. Wow.
Look at that form. Those lats warm. No, that lower back.
Got to be careful doing your warm-up bowling like that because he's facing the wind and into it, and bowling downwind is very different. So interesting to see whether he goes a little bit full after that.
It's not entirely coming in. You reckon? What are we going to call this? A 3-step? Is it a 3-step bowl? Yeah.
A light couple of paces coming into the crease. As a spin bowler, you don't need a lot more than that. But
yeah. Here he goes.
1, 2,
it's
3,
exciting times.
Oh dear. Oh, that's a very brave lead from Jason Hussey. Change like this, in Test cricket, you got to keep your mind on the game and ignore the temptation. Oh, that's another good leave. A few groans behind the wicket there. I think that one's coming a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly moved in a bit closer than the last one. He's just starting to dial in his radar. So just a congratulatory shout out to Colin Shaw as he gets tapped, and they run a they run an easy 2. Weren't prepared to challenge themselves for a 3rd, but Colin, stalwart of cricket, Hawke's Bay cricket, but also Movember cricket. Does a lot of work for cricket in general, and has earned his stripes as a captain of the Movember team. And so congratulations, Colin, on that. And
very lucky to have people like him in the game.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. He's if every cricket player was as giving as Colin, this game in New Zealand would be an absolutely magnificent position.
100%. Well, it'll be interesting thing to see whether he continues next over now, or whether he's just taken one for the team and given someone a chance to warm up, really come down that wind. You'd think you'd want to maybe get another pace bowler on, using that advantage, but we'll see, because there's 2 out of those 3 balls were pretty good. Yes.
very self-contained innings so far from Hussey.
Well played there by Ryan.
Some were referring to him as Mr. Cricket before he went out. He does love all formats of the game, does Hussey. And Test cricket is probably a very good format for him because he does like to spend a bit of time out there. And it's 2 bounces and over the white line.
He's out for 4. Sorry, to the boundary for 4. They've got a bit of loft in that initially, and a little bit of excitement there, but it's a nice 4.
Good shot into the wind too, really. It's, wind blowing across there.
No, I did notice that Hussey's got some strapping tape around his pads. He's obviously used those pads so many times on and off that the Velcro is starting to go up the ghost.
Well, what it actually is the I don't know whether it's the pads are just a bit too big for him. He's not a big man himself, but he's struggled to get enough Velcro to make them stick on there because they've been flapping around.
Yes.
He's decided to go with the tape. I can't give that same story for his bat. He's also got tape on his bat. But
we're in tough economic times, so
we
You use it till it breaks, don't you?
Can you say he's in tough economic times? The man just spent 6 weeks away holidaying around the world.
Mate.
No children at home, double income family.
Well, the grocery bill certainly will have climbed compared to 6 years ago. So, not suggesting he has fallen on tough economic times, but yes, the luxury of no children in the double income family. It's fantastic. So we finished the over there.
We're looking for the score there, lads.
30 for 1 after 11.
30 for 1 after 11. Not a bad run rate, just under 3 per over.
Yeah.
And we've got another 45 minutes left in the day, so halfway through the allotted timing for the innings.
Yes.
Just asking if I had been fired from the commentary train.
Oh, could she not? Could Mum not hear? It's all right, Mum, he's still here. We need someone that is technologically advanced enough to put the numbers into the computer. Finn's doing a great job with that, but as this commentary team only has 2 microphones, Jono's.
No, it is a change of bowler.
Got that and that.
Colin, did you happen to know who the bowler is?
Yeah, well, if he turned around, I could tell you, but that's the challenge on a cold day, isn't it? They all put their jerseys on. I don't know. All been just relatively set.
Oh, tight single and that's
Jeez.
close.
Jeepers.
Have you got Riley's phone number? No.
That's Ben.
Ben Kennedy.
Yep. As he turns around, looks up. My apologies, Ben, for not being able to recognise you from behind, but they've all got grey highlights. Grey highlights and a solid build. So
got a lot of 40+ people here, and not many of us have gone for your choice of hairstyles. So
this is true.
You were going to see a predominant
This is
bit
true,
of grey
but
out there.
so without the numbers showing, it's very difficult to see who they actually are. But yes, as he comes in, don't be alarmed. That was just a car backfiring.
Solid from Rhino. Getting on that front foot, waiting behind it. Yes, I think that call from the outfield of Yes Benny backs up your choice of bowler there. Well done.
Yeah. Now Ben reminds me of my childhood watching Play School. Who was that lad? Play School. So there's a fun fact for everyone to look up.
Can't say I remember those days of watching play school. Obviously kicked on and watched it a bit later in life than the rest of us. But each to their own, Colin, each to their own.
Hey, doesn't matter where you get your education from, as long as you get educated.
100%.
Got another question in the chat, Colin, if you want to read that out.
Oh, g'day, Mum. How are you? Do that. Well,
Oh, shot.
they, for some of them, they do. As we just see, Rhino hit that one
launched
straight
into that
down the
one.
ground for 4. It's lovely, lovely play. So, well, obviously for Jono single, carries the number 1, which everyone should know is a single.
But he's not actually single.
Well, he is a single.
Yeah.
A married single,
Yeah.
You're married single.
Married
but
single.
single nonetheless.
I turned my wife into a single.
That's right. Just 2 singles.
Yeah.
So
5 if you count the kids.
if it was tennis, it might be combines, but still single.
So when they're together, does that mean they're 2? Because
Well, it is.
singles is
Two
2.
singles.
Well, it is. It's both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want a single word for them, it's couple.
Jason Hussey, of course, sporting 23. Oh,
and
there
he's-
goes that round arm again. That
Yeah.
one has kept low, and he's played over top of it. And he takes the long walk back to the changing room. Very unfortunate.
So yes, we'd probably go with 23. Hussey would have chosen that as a globally favoured number.
Yes, superstar.
So yeah, great question. So what number are you sporting?
74.
74. So what's your significance in that?
Not really any significance behind it. It's just Mitchell Santner's shirt number and
Nice.
pretty much a look-alike. So
Oh, well, there you
Yeah.
go.
both sexy individuals. So.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's self-promotion's in good promotion. So that's good. And so we've got Dan Fenwick coming out now. Is he down as number 4?
Yes, the skipper.
Yeah. So he's come out sporting the Seddon helmet cover,
Yes.
which is available online.
Now,
Very cost effective and very effective nonetheless.
is it just me or does that put a bit of target on his head?
Being the captain, he would have had it anyway. So
Yeah.
it just shows the confidence of the man that
Yeah,
nothing will faze him.
very interesting here to see if he gets a round of applause from the opposition team, because he was very particular about clapping on the captain from Movember when he came out,
Yes.
and hope that he'd get the same respect back.
And the tradition of Test cricket, yes, it will be good. But
We'll clap him on. Let's go.
Yeah, no,
Let's go,
that's
skipper. And there we go. Look, I've joined in. Perfect. There is it. Oh, Rhino, put your bat
it's
down.
old 499 raises his bat.
Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. So Rhino will no doubt be telling us about the ovation he got from the opposition whilst batting. Yes.
One thing you can appreciate about Rhino is he's very true to himself. You know.
Very much so. Very much so. Lovely man. Lovely man.
Yeah, he's a great man. He's
And
a great man.
Lovely man and a jack of all trades. as
Jack of
one
all
would say.
trades. Always got a story. Oh, goodness.
Oh,
That's not what
Brown
you
Dog,
really want to bowl
he
to
wouldn't
you.
have been happy about that, but
And that arm gets raised again by Ken Curry, the umpire, but this time it's just for the buys, thankfully.
it's will be pleasing for Fenwick to have a bit of a jog on the pitch and get away with that. So how's Luke's numbers looking?
He's 6.5 overs, 2 wickets, 12 runs.
Yeah, see. I think were you sitting next to me when we were talking with Logan about what I thought his numbers could be by the end of play today?
Yep, yep.
Yeah, can you remember what they were?
I reckon 2 for 13, I think it was.
So let's just Oof. That's one way as a keeper to stop the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, don't do it as a bowler. I learned that the hard way yesterday. One got hit back at me, and I don't know if you'll appreciate this, Colin, but as a big man, it's quite hard to get down and get the ball when it's on the ground coming at you pretty fast, and wore a good one on the inside of the left ankle.
Oh, yes,
But
less than ideal.
Nothing a bit of ice and painkillers hasn't helped.
Oh,
And that one has got to be.
That hit something that I would argue was probably inorganic, and kicked off to the side, didn't it?
I know we had a rule of we're very, very generous on wides, but that might be taken a bit too far from Kent Curran.
Well, it didn't bounce wide.
No. Seemed to have another good wicket taken over there. Right.
Thank you, much appreciated that coming through. I'm getting inundated with compliments about the commentary.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And, I really appreciate the positive feedback. As a dairy farmer, I haven't had too many complimentary comments, certainly in the last 6 years, but
haven't quite learned to understand the cow's language yet.
So yeah, I just as a man of the land, seem to be copping it from every angle. And so being able to get on the mic and get flooded with compliments as I am is really uplifting. I really appreciate it.
Tremendous. You're doing a great job, pal. Alright, so you can see Rhino's focus here now. Of course, he had that beautiful lofted drive in the last over. And just having seen his partner now disappear, it'll be a good time to build another good partnership with the skipper. Dan has been very complimentary of Rhino's vice captaincy skills. In fact, he says he has about 7 vice captains, and I think Rhino's 6 of them. But never shy of a word of advice, and Dan never shy to remind him that he is not the vice captain and try to put him back in his place.
Yeah, but in the typical, like he is the president of the 499 club, so
Yes.
maybe he is the self-appointed vice captain of the 499 club.
Yes, well, he's self-appointed deputy sheriff as well.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, he did.
Taking glorious notes for Stringy for yesterday's session.
And yeah, I thought Stringy, being in media, would understand shorthand. But that was.
So I think by the look of Stringy's troubles reading Rhino's writing yesterday, it's safe to say Rhino will make a good doctor.
Rauri.
Paratini.
Yep. NZ. There you go. That is my call on Ben's doppelganger.
Yes, very good call that.
So yeah.
Nice.
Oh, Marama Davidson is his daughter. There you go. So
That's another cracking drive from Rhino there, but straight to the fieldsman on that occasion. And that ends another over on November 11. Good focus here, so we've got about just over half an hour left in the day's play. And it's anyone's day really. Another wicket or two here for Movember would certainly make this last session theirs. Whereas I think if you look for us, if we can get through this next half hour unscathed, we'd be pretty happy with where we're sitting. Kinchari calling for some assistance somewhere. Right, might need to jump over there and just see what's going on.
Genuinely concerned about something getting blown away.
But thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Hey.
Thank you as well, Jono. Yeah, take your pick, send someone else over.
Jono, well done. Well done. And don't forget to Google this when you get home, Jono, and let the kids know that they've been mentioned. So I really appreciate your time and Yeah, just another one of cricket's good buggers. Good buggers. And
You're not wrong with that mullet in the window. Just magnificent, isn't it?
I like the beautiful curls. I used to have beautiful curls like that until my mother-in-law started commenting how beautiful the curls were. So then I started to shave my head. So
And it all kind of just downhill from there, was it?
Wonder, yeah, quite probably. But I just wonder whether he has product in that, or whether it's got a natural glow and bounce.
Natural. It must be natural. The man of that stature, surely.
I tell you, if that is natural, the man has been born with a gift. Great little fielding there. Good speed work there by Jacob Barbu to run that ball down.
And that is Dan Fedwick off the mark.
Oh, well done, Dan. He'll be pleased with that. The pressure of not only being a captain, but performing as well. So as Logan's coming in, full toss. Oh, great stop there. As they continue to work on the ball, they are optimistic for some more action, and
conditions are there for it.
This is
nice,
great.
Nice breeze.
Logan coming again. Oh, he punches it short this time, and Rhino's up to the task. So he's looking very relaxed out there, Rhino, and that's good. That's good. So. So looking forward to the so coming up is the Seddon Premier League, inaugural Premier League, operated and run by Seddon. That sort of got lost a bit, went up in the air. Run down by Jacob, well done. For a league boy. So the Seddon Premier League is all go. First year, so 4 teams are in the competition. So for the listeners, Seddon went out to the market and asked for people to register their interest in owning a Premier League team. 4 owners have come back, and so we've got 4 teams. From Pukekohe, the Pukekohe Longkeepers, and then from north of Hamilton, we've got the Northern Star. We have the Tamahere Bulls,
yeah, possibly,
and then the Kaipaki Bombers, in reference to the proximity to the airport, and they thought that being Bombers was quite good, but.
Let's just hope they don't bomb out as they enter their first games.
Well, they are a committee of owners. I think they've pulled their money together and they're into it. So the state of play. The state of play is that that each team was able to protect 6 players, 6 of their starting 12, and Finn, I believe you've been protected.
Yep.
In the Pukekohe Longkeepers, so congratulations.
Yep.
It's no mean feat to be desired so much by the owners that you get protected.
It helps when your father owns the team as well. A little bit of. Little bit of bias.
I didn't realise that. So that's don't sell yourself short. I think you're a protected player through and through. So
you yourself are an owner as well, aren't you, Colin?
Oh, and there it goes through. Yes. I think the concept was absolutely magnificent. And when Kent mentioned it to me, I said to him that I'd be a starter for owning a licence in the inaugural Seddon Premier League held at Woodlands. On one Sunday, fielded with your foot. It's classic over 40s cricket, isn't it? But you played at Woodlands one Sunday in, is it the 29th? I'm going to go with the 29th of January.
Yep.
So everyone's welcome to come on down and watch that. But also, we have just recently secured the services of Logan Brown and his broadcasting setup. So we will be broadcasting the Seddon Premier League matches, 2 matches on the Sunday, T20s, broadcasting them live. So save this link, save this broadcasting platform, and look it up. Come the 29th of January. But next Friday is the auction night, and we may actually be broadcasting that if everything pans out. So we're going to broadcast live. So so once you move on from your 6 protected players, you're allowed to go to the market and buy in a registered player auction your remaining 6, maybe 7 players, and maybe be able to pick up a reserve. So we've been inundated with registrations, which is very exciting. Fenwick plays at that and it just sneaks through. Logan is very excited, but slightly disappointed that didn't provide fruit. So yes, it'll be very exciting to have a live auction.
Yes, it will.
First time a live auction for cricket players in a Premier League held in New Zealand. So so Logan comes in again, and just you see that roll off a little bit slower. So that's very clever.
I'm surprised he's still bowling, to be honest. This is his 9th over in the trot coming into the wind here. It's not a small feat coming through here.
To be fair, with those numbers, why wouldn't you keep bowling the man?
As he predicted, 2 for 13.
So get along to the auction. Contact Seddon. Put yourself down, and if you want to, you can invest in a meal, and or stay online and watch it. It'll be a fantastic night, and each owner has been given currency of 1 million, and they will be sitting in the room with their 1 million currency to purchase these players, and very exciting. It's very exciting times. So
didn't quite see what happened there.
boys are just chirping up. They're excited. They're optimistic for a wicket.
Dan Fedwick cuts that one away for a couple.
So you've got 2 owners of the Kaipeki Bombers out there actually batting. Dan Fenwick and Ryan Preston. So they're co-owners of the or shareholders, committeemen of the Kaipeki Bombers. So they are equally as excited, and quite possibly using this opportunity to prepare themselves for their batting performances that they will put out.
Now, who would you say you would have your money on at this point in time, just on the basis of the first 6 players being registered in every team?
There you go. I've just had a message from Manu to say that it's not in fact Ben. So our doppelganger from play school is not actually up there, and it's actually Regan Radford. So we're going to have to sneak in there and modify that, and we live in hope. we live in hope that we can modify that. So thank you for that. It's great feedback, because it actually means that someone's listening. So it's magnificent. Oh.
Yeah, that's a bit out of our technical abilities, that one, I'd say. So,
to update that.
Yeah, I've updated it to the new bowler, well, the same bowler, but
yeah, we'll have to get IT on that job. So, can you? We might just have to get a message through to IT to tidy that up at the end of the day. So.
Look, at the end of the day, we're here to commentate, not be technical and everything here, Colin. So,
as I said earlier, it's very challenging from a mental health point of view to be thrust into this role of clicking a computer screen that explains to everyone what's going on here. It's very daunting, but we try our best, and that's all anyone, I think, should be able to ask.
Yep. Might have to get your lawyer onto that one, maybe just up the hourly price a little bit there.
Well, yeah, we might have to do some some courses before we can really start dominating ourselves in the marketplace for a value add component, but that's all right.
I do have to say it's cooled down a little bit now, hasn't it?
It is quite right. A little bit Pearl Harbor-ish here, and you should have brought your pink gloves over.
Yeah, should have brought my pink gloves over. Would have kept me nice and warm. They're more fishnets than gloves, but
I've just received the message from Logan to say there has been a change of plans and he will be opening up first. So that's good to get.
Bit late on that call, Colin, but better late than never.
That's what I say. Better late than never.
Looks like we've got another change of bowler here.
They have decided to. I wonder if we can get a quick message.
Well, this one has thankfully taken his blazer off, so when he turns around, we should be able to see who it is. 72.
It's got a 77 on his shirt, so.
Well, that doesn't help us.
Actually, what we need down here is some binoculars. That does. Go out and ask the viewers to text me, but that does look like B. Clark from this distance.
Does that say Clark on the back? I'm
go
with you on that one.
I'm going to go with that. Hey, and if we're wrong, it won't be the first time today.
Wouldn't be the first time. We haven't made any mistakes though yet. Just slight technical malfunctions. We'll blame it on that.
That's right. It's a little the overhand roll on the old spin
little
there.
Flighty leg spinners.
Yeah.
I would say it. It'll be interesting to see what it does as this pitch plays out over the 5 days. Is it already breaking up quite nicely for the spinners? So.
Oof. Yes.
I'd say the longer it's batted on, the harder it will get to bat. as you would normally assume in a test match pitch.
Quite right, and they oh, he's thumped that. Is that a two bounce four? It's a great shot, and Brad Clark won't be happy with that, dropping a little bit short. And I really appreciate team members calling out hard luck Brad. 'Cause it just
Really just
saves the listeners having to text it.
Saves the listeners texting, and then really just lets it sink in for the bowler as well.
Oh, it's always good as a bowler to hear your own name. It's it's magnificent.
So that's the end of another over. Seddon 46 for 2 after 19.
Yeah. So we sort of estimated that we could possibly get 30 overs in. Possibly at 6:14, a tree is starting to cast a shadow over the ground, and so whether that over the next half hour takes a play, but potentially they've agreed to go to 6:30, or
Potentially, because I think there is a dinner at 7 tonight.
is there? Well,
So
there you go. Well, you
there'll
can't be
be
late.
an interesting revelation of events.
Can't be late for dinner.
So
That's what my mother always told me.
yeah, if you're late for dinner, you don't get any.
So umpire signals a leg by. Dan's not happy about that. Dan was hoping to get that run himself. It's great fielding.
It's great fielding.
Is that Colin
real,
Shaw?
real body on the line stuff there from Colin Shaw.
That's magnificent.
One would say peak athleticism in there. The best fielder you'd have any close.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But that's why he's a captain. Fantastic, because he's leading from the front. Oh, he looks like he's got a. He looks like he's fallen on that hip a little bit hard.
Gotten up a little bit stingy.
Hopefully he can walk that off, because he deserves to get the most out of this test match. That's for sure.
A valued member of the Movember team does a bit of everything with the bat, with the ball, and with the fielding as well.
He's an absolute talent, and there's absolutely no complaints on why he is the captain. He certainly leads from the front, and everyone is more than happy to follow. He's a great leader. Gosh, this breeze certainly feels like there's snow on the top of Parongia.
It's getting there.
And for a end of November
Do you reckon you
event,
could Uber in blankets?
oh, you're quite right. We should. But we shouldn't talk about it too, how hard we're doing it, because Mum might be getting concerned at home. She'll be listening in, and she'll be worried about you.
She'd probably just be worried about how soft we are.
So as long as she knows that we're in good health and enjoying our time here. $47 for 2 after 20. I think the guys will just be hoping to hang in there.
I do have to say that helmet cover is quite magnificent out there, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I encourage any Seddon player to go online and purchase one. Oh, that's hit the pad. He's checking it. He's pulled the trigger on it. So that's Captain Fenwick. Captain Fenwick. He won't be happy with that. He was hoping to be the night watchman. And
it's 3 LBWs now, and I think the moral of the story is don't stick your pad in the way of it.
Yeah, see ball, hit ball.
Or use the wood in your hand as for what it's designed for.
This is true. This is very true. So it's always good to see an umpire take a considered approach to an LB. There's a lot of things to consider.
I think it's more of the skipper as well. I think it's running through Kent's head as how can I not give this out, because it's hidden right in front of middle. But
Kent's an absolute professional. He'll just be. There's a lot of. You've done a bit of umpiring in your time. There's a lot of process to go through.
Process of elimination.
To decide on an LB.
Do I like this bowler? Do I like this batsman? And
right. Yeah. Okay. Well, you do play cricket in South Auckland, so.
Great place to play cricket around there, mate.
Yes.
I've never come across a dodgy decision once in my life playing out in South Auckland.
I watched a bit of cricket at Mountford Park last year, Manurewa.
Yep.
And there was a considerable amount of vehicle donut marks on the outfield.
Yep, that is a classic South Auckland trait. A couple of dirt bikes going past every now and then.
Yeah, dirt bikes just going through the game.
We've had a couple tear up a few pitches as well, so
yeah, that's unnecessary.
The concern for the pitches isn't really there.
So young Riley come out, have we?
Yep, Riley Parkinson to the crease. Youngest player on the field.
Is he? Is he there? So he's a young wicket-keeping talent from Rotorua boys. So
yep, and I have just been told that my dear old lovely Nana is now watching, so
g'day, Nana.
Shout out to Nana at home.
Excellent.
Hopefully all is well. Also used to be a cow farmer.
Oh, there you go. There you go. From Kaiheri?
Kaiheri, yep, down in the plains.
There you go. Well, she'll remember her neighbour, nearly a neighbour, being John Hickey. So that was my Uncle John in Kaiheri. Used to be able to park up the rest area up there and look down on Johnny's farm.
Now, I have just had a glance up at the fielding positions here, and coming out to bat as Riley Parkins, what is going through your head right now?
Yeah, they're certainly crowding them. They're certainly applying a considerable amount of pressure. Oh, there you go. And that's what happens, though. That's what happens. You've got a big chase. Yeah, Riley wants to do two, but Rhino is being conservative, playing a true test match mindset. So,
and I do have to say I'd like to just shout out Nana on her birthday today as well. So
it's Nana's birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Nana. 21 years young. That's what we like to see.
And I have just been messaged by my Nana, and apparently she remembers Colin from a young age.
Oh, yeah, well.
Maybe with the mullet still, Colin.
Not probably from a young age. I wouldn't have been allowed that. But Rhino chips it up straight to the man at
short cover.
There you go.
Had to think about that one as well. It's getting late in the day, getting a bit slow.
Rhino will not be happy about that, and that's all right. Yes, well, quite a memorable child I was. Your Nana would be able to wax lyrical about that later times, but always had a cute cheeky grin on my face, and wasn't too far from my friend Mischief, I've been told. So
as we all do in our younger ages, I'm sure we get up to a bit of mischief.
Yeah, I don't know if it was me getting up to mischief. I was just always told that I wasn't too far from mischief.
Okay.
So mischief must have been
creating it, but not doing
mischief
it. Mischief
must have just been a friend of mine. I can't remember. So yes, wonderful times. It's always wonderful times. Growing up rural New Zealand, magnificent.
and as we have Jerem Wiley rocking up to the crease.
A change in umpire too, as Jono is now considering he might have to start padding up. So Hussey has come out, and genuinely making me feel cold in shorts and jandals.
Yeah, that is quite the umpiring attire, isn't it? Now you do have to feel a little bit bad for Hussey out there. He's started off his innings well, and he's just been thrown in the deep end now, just gone up to square leg.
We had any more viewer comments come in?
We have not had any viewer comments come in.
Craig Bullock with thanks for chipping in. In the changing room is the honours board and official player number for all of those that have played for Movember. So that would be in the response to the question earlier of, is there significance to the number?
Now, this field set has just gotten even better now. I do not see a single man that is not within 15 metres of the bat.
They are very excited for wickets. They're going to run 3 here. Yeah, Jerem Wiley's running 3. Good strong running.
And that brings up the 50 for Seddon as well.
Ah. Yeah, lovely work. So yeah, 51 for 4 after 21.
And looks like another bowling change out there.
Yes, they're obviously, Colin is enjoying the fruits of the spinners. So he's bringing Jacob Babu.
A man of many talents, I have been told.
Is he?
Yes.
Is he? He's the prodigy of the Tikofota College. And he's a man that, as I have heard spoken of before, wears a suit really well, and he got that from his late father, who was the science teacher at Tikofota College and was impeccably dressed. Impeccably dressed on a daily basis, and no matter what colour, he had an array of colours: pinks, purples, blues, turquoise, yellows.
Now, the real question is, is that going to translate into cricketing ability?
I'm going to say yes, because high standards are high standards. So it's
well, considering he's a man of many talents, I would say it would translate.
So yes, last time I was batting, that exact bowl I got an edge on, and Jacob bowled me out. So that was good times. Yeah, he's getting a little bit of turn on that. That's nice. It's nice to watch a nice spin action, but nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking as a batsman, I'd say.
Yeah, and
especially sitting back in the sheds after just watching 2 of your fellow teammates go out within an over. I'd say there'd be a couple of nervous faces up there now.
Absolutely.
Would I assume this will be the second to last over of the day's play? I
Okay.
would say, with it coming up around 6:30.
Yeah, well, the sun has obviously gone behind a cloud or dropped behind the building because we have no shadows left on the ground. So they're in a hurry. They want to get through it, and hopefully they're going to try and get
another wicket before the end of today's play, I assume.
Yeah, they've got a spring in their step, and there's not too many things that get a 40-year-old plus man with a spring in his step, but clearly some early wickets in a test match, and its second innings of a test match is one of them. So
I think early wickets in a test match would get any man excited, wouldn't you?
well, there you go. There you go. So helmets are all out. Here we go. I'm going to crowd the batsman.
Riley Parkinson to face up what is looking like the last over of the day.
Brad Clark still with the ball.
Now, if we're talking about mental fortitude, as a young batsman coming out to start your innings as well, what do you reckon's going through his head right now?
Well, he's probably had a chance to warm up, so it won't be, gosh, the wind is freezing. But equally, you can't have a negative mindset. You've got to, if you're trying to protect your wicket, you often focus on it being a wicket.
Yeah.
And that becomes your downfall. So you've got to see ball, hit ball, and work the ball through the gaps. So, which he seems to be doing quite nicely. From my time standing on the sideline watching my son bat and being coached, making sure you get the shoulder over the ball.
Yep.
So you keep that face of the bat down.
I do have to say I'm a little bit concerned for a couple of the players around the bat without helmets on, but
I don't think you need to be concerned for them. They're grown men. They're making conscious decisions. But it's actually magnificent. This is true.
This is test match cricket.
It's absolutely magnificent, and obviously with the covers being on for a good chunk of the day, the pitch is slightly unpredictable, and obviously providing fruit for as they're bringing in another.
All 9 fielders, around the bats right now.
That's magnificent. That's a magnificent shot. Someone needs to take a screenshot of that because that. Actually, I might just put the mic down and go out there.
You have to be quick. I think it was the last ball of the innings right there.
That's magnificent. So yes, some great cricket there. And it's good to see.
Yep, that looks like us for today's play.
Yeah, well, light is becoming a bit of a challenge, and but it was lovely. Just to.
Wow. On that note.
Well, Colin's walking this way, and I'm going to take the opportunity to see if I can whistle him over and just have a quick chat to him. So I'm going to step away. Colin. So we've just been fortunate enough to you got a bit of cloud on your face, mate. Hey, you
Get into a fight out there.
committed to the cause. So hey, I've just been able to whistle Colin Shaw, the captain of the Movember team, over. Great cricket out there. You happy with that second innings and how it's going?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy actually, Cole. With the guys have bowled well. We've bowled good channels. I think it's pretty hard to bat out there, eh?
Yeah.
So we just tried to put pressure on if we can bowl one side of the wicket, which I think we did. Obviously, Shuey bowled really well. So yeah, no, pretty good effort, and some pretty good catches taken out there today too.
Absolutely. I made comment and I really wanted to rush out, and I asked if someone could take a screenshot because I wanted to rush out that last over and those boys crowding around. That's true Test match.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where putting pressure on a young guy, and that's got to be in the spirit of the game. He had a smile on his face the whole time, but that's why you play Test cricket in 2 innings games.
Yep.
A lot of people, he's probably never experienced playing anything more than maybe a 2 or a 1 day.
Yep.
So, but no, it's played in good spirit, but it's tough out there.
Yeah.
It's in the guys, everyone's into it. So no,
it's in the name, isn't it? It's Test match.
It is. It is.
This is not candy cricket T20s.
No, it's testing the body. It's testing everything.
Yep. And equally as a batsman to be put under pressure like that and survive to the end of play is a test and exciting in itself. So no, it was great to see.
Yeah,
great to see. And so, how are your hopes for tomorrow?
Well, I know they've got 1 or 2 good batters still to come, and but if we can build pressure and time's ticking by, we're into the 3rd day tomorrow. I think they would have been hoping that they would only bat once, but that's changed now. I believe they've got to rethink that, and I think 150 could be a pretty hard target out there on the last day. So yeah, fingers crossed we can keep going like we are. We've still got a few tricks up our sleeve that we haven't pulled out yet.
Oh, really?
So yep. So
that's good to hear.
The boys won't. They'll have a quiet one tonight. So yeah, it's pretty good.
It's good times, and I see some quite athletic fielding from yourself.
Did you note that? Did you?
I did.
Yeah. Well, it was probably more so falling over than being athletic.
Well, the concern was the clenching of the hip as you walked back.
Yeah, actually, I haven't felt that before, but it has arrived. So,
it was fantastic athleticism.
Couple of Voltarans tonight, mate. It'll fix it.
Beautiful, and so hopefully these guys have got this sorted. They got the block covered. I was concerned that they were going to get blown away.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of a Mary Poppins vibe going on, but they seem to have got it pegged down sufficiently. So, well, thanks for coming over, Colin.
No, that's right. Can I just make one comment on the situation here with St Paul's College, what they've done for us? The lunches are absolutely brilliant. 1 or 2 of us have probably put on a couple of kilos while we've been waiting for the rain, but it's magnificent food, and so I just want if somebody from St Paul's College can pass it back to the school. It's been magnificent, and obviously Seddon as well for what they've done.
Certainly will, and hey, we've got a great management team here at St Paul's, led by Ben Skeen, and they're always keen to help out anywhere in the community.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And yeah,
okay,
it's aspirational for the young fellas at school to see things like this, and so no, I will pass on those kind regards.
That's great, mate, and we look forward to Sunday when we take that trophy home with us.
Yeah,
we probably won't be home for work next week, but we'll take the trophy.
Hey, I'm excited to see another name on that trophy too. So it's magic.
Thanks for the support.
Okay, cheers, Colin. You go and get those Voltarans in you, and ice bath is the modern way to recover now. So go and give that a nudge.
Good on you. Cheers.
Okay,
mate. Thank you.
All good. So that's good. That's the end of day 2, and we've got the administration tidied up. Thanks IT for coming back, sorting that out. And
an eventful day towards the end of it, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got fielders putting pressure on the batters. And,
Yeah, I think both teams would be overly happy with the positions they're in right now. So,
yeah, I think I don't want to talk out of school, but I would have thought Fiannock would have been a bit happier with with less wickets. But they've still got 100 runs.
100 runs on the board. So
to get on the board before they can start considering putting up a lead. So that'll be front of mind, and then hopefully weather plays ball tomorrow.
Yep.
And we get a good day of play. We could see almost 2 innings.
2 innings in a day.
Play tomorrow. Hey, so this is magnificent, and we've only had one marquee blow down today, so that's
that was good.
Looking
and,
on the bright side, it's only 30% failure rate.
Only had the covers half blow onto the pitch, so
yeah. So, Logan, you're back out here, mate. You've been out there. You've been in the middle. You've had a phenomenal bowling. Can we just read 2 for 15 off 9?
We did call something about 3 for 12, didn't
Hey,
we? So
hey.
definitely take that.
You were quite dismissive of those numbers before you went
I
out,
was,
and yet here you are. Congratulations, that was outstanding.
Not sure about bowling 9 in a row though. It was a bit of an effort into the wind. It was very difficult, especially after the jump. You get a big gust and it just like blows you over. So there's a couple of wayward deliveries. I will blame the wind, but hey, it was obviously my fault as well. But it was pretty tough, not gonna lie.
It certainly looked tough out there, and extremely blustery.
Yep.
So you did well, and great figures. You've ended the day well, and put your team in a really strong position.
I did
leading
say
into
about
day 3.
80 for 4, didn't I? So 54 for 4 is a better than I expected.
It's a strong position.
So
So that's good. Right, we're going to wrap this commentary up because 1, it's getting dark. 2, it's not getting any warmer.
Yeah.
And 3, all the hard work around the ground has been completed. So we can head on in and.
Cool. Appreciate your help too, Cole.
Have a beer with some boys and make some mates.
Stifler. Yeah, that is the best nickname we've had today. So awesome. Cool. We should.
Thanks for listening, team. And
I think I think we might be in an early start again tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think 10 o'clock. So
10 a.m. start.
Tune in from then, and we'll continue on.
Excellent. Hey, just said Lockie Henderson, thanks mate, you're tuning in from Townsville. That's magnificent. How do you get the call up from the Movember team? So I'll have to be in touch with some feedback on that. But there will be a way, and it's a great opportunity to be able to play a test match. So we'll get that information back to you. So you tune tomorrow, Lockie, from New Zealand time, so that'll be, what's that, 8 a.m. for you, maybe even earlier, daylight savings. So tune in tomorrow, New Zealand, 10 a.m. And we'll try and get that information through to you. Thanks for listening, and stand down, team.